Hello. Hi, chat. It's been a minute. I'm back. How's everyone doing? Hello, everyone. Welcome back. It's been 2 weeks. My bad, guys. I wanted to do a stream last week, but it didn't happen. So here we are. Hi, Clavor. Welcome in. How are you? How have you been? I actually forget how to be a streamer. I forget how to talk to people. I'm not gonna lie. I'm like, hi. But I'm really excited for today though, because we're finally gonna get to watch some lore stuff. The only problem is, the video I was recommended is like 6.5 hours long, so I don't know how that's gonna work. But have you seen the? No, wait, I haven't, Clavor. There's fires everywhere right now. Oh my god. The earth is fighting back. It's fighting back. Is everything, are you okay? Are you near that? I hope you and your family are good. That's crazy. Hi, Jeremy. Thanks. How are you doing? I hope you're doing well too. We also have, oh god, let's put something else on this song. Let's do this one. Actually, let's do this one. Is this better? This one's a little bit more cheerful-ish. Hi, No Love. How are you? Welcome back. I'm good. Thanks for... Oh, good. I'm glad, Jeremy. Around Bordeaux, I'm not here right now, but yeah, there's like 154 square miles that burnt and the fire is now stabilized. That's so sad. Damn. I can't. I feel like every other day there's just this crazy fire ravaging somewhere. It's terrible. But I'm glad you're like not there during that. That's so scary. That's so scary. Hi, Zalafrax. How are you? Welcome. I can't see my chat with this. It's like the biggest fire in France in the last 80 years? Jesus. Of course it is. Of course it is. Just call you Mark now? It's okay. Is it actually Mark? I don't trust you. I have not seen Ending Y. I have a video up, Emil. Hello. I have a video that we can watch for Ending Y. Did Navely... I know, that was literally so funny. You have like 20,000 videos in there. I don't think I can get to all of those today. I'll probably watch a bunch on my own time. Sync, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, Marjay is a nickname I use sometimes, but my real name is Mark. Okay, well, I will call you Mark now. No problem. Oh, well, good. Clayborn, I'm glad. I'm good. Last weekend, I was visiting a friend, and then I didn't get back until, like, Sunday night. So I was like, there was no way for me to stream. I was also dead tired, because, like, where my friend lives, everything's open until, like, 4 o'clock in the morning. And I don't know if you guys know this, but I'm old. So... being out until 4 o'clock in the morning. I made it. But the next day was something. Mostly I was just really tired, to be honest. But yeah, so now here we are. Back to streaming. Oh wait, guys. Okay, if you guys are not in the Discord or if you don't follow me on Instagram... I bought the NieR art book. I bought it like immediately after finishing NieR. It's like, yes, I can consume extra stuff now, and I can not be afraid of spoilers. So, I love it, and I'm obsessed with it. It's gorgeous. Does anybody else have this? It's beautiful and it smells good. I like the smell of books. I look so drained. No, I don't. This was last week. I'm not drained a whole ass week later. You call me ugly? Mark. You have the world guide. I think I did see that as well. I just wanted the art stuff. But I do feel like guidebooks are like really cool. Oh, it's like a guide to the world. It's not a guide book, right? I'm sure there's a difference. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. So yes, if anybody has any, I will watch the 6.5 hour long video if that's like the best one. I might just watch it on 2.5 speed today, to be honest, or not 2.5, but just 2 times speed. If not, maybe somebody has like a shorter, more condensed lore video. But I mean, this one does have 2.6 million views, and it's the complete unabridged timeline of NieR. So you look tired, like you haven't slept in 3 weeks. You know, you're not supposed to say that to people. That's kind of mean. So thanks. I have the grimoire NieR. Wait. No, Noir. Oh my god, grimoire NieR. Wait, that's sick. That's crazy. Oh, thank you for redeeming a hydrate. All I have is matcha to hydrate with. There's water in here though, so it's fine. Hi Percival. Have you played both? Yes, I've officially played through both NieR Replicant and NieR Automata. My Automata playthrough though was not the best because I'll get into it more before we start, but there were a few things that like I should have did or should not have done. So just saying. Have you played both franchises, Percival? Is that the Eruption Fang video? I have no clue. It's by... Yes, it is. Zalfrax. Yes, it is. Yeah, matcha. Let's freaking go. What do you, question marking my playthrough? Okay. Here's what I want to say about Automata, okay? First of all, I loved it. Look, that's not what I'm trying to say. What had happened was I didn't do like any side quests, okay? So if you were here for that, I did a few in the very beginning, and then I just beelined to the end of the whole main story. The biggest thing for me that I think threw me off was playing Replicant first, because certain things that happen when you get to the end of Replicant, I kind of just thought would be the same in Automata, and it was not the same. So also probably scarred by Replicant side quests. I kind of thought they'd be the same. It was mostly just the whole the save file situation, you know. I thought I didn't take the warnings seriously. TBH. So here we are. I missed out on a lot of stuff. But there's a shit ton of videos for me to watch in the Discord, so I probably won't get to them all today, but for sure my plan is to somehow get through this unabridged timeline. I also have the ending Y how-to guide. And then also the amnesia side quest. So I'll probably do just those 3 videos today. Yeah, shit happens, honestly. It is what it is. It could have been worse. But that's okay. Oh, okay, guys, wait. We have to do our poll. We have to do our poll. All right, poll open. For anyone who is new here, which I feel like most of you are not, but some of you are, we're doing a poll for next stream game. Today may be the last time to vote. Currently Pragmata is in the lead. So, but yeah, if you want to vote for the next game, you have to do exclamation point, vote, and then either 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Yeah, emphasis on may. It may be the last stream, depending on what happens today with this lore reaction. But yeah. Hi, Prasha. Thanks for lurking. I'm trying to think what else I wanted to say about NieR Automata at the end there. Oh, question. I don't know if maybe because I just didn't do any more side quests that I didn't find out what happened, but what happened to Pascal after, which ending was it with where we got to make that decision? I forget. Thank you for voting, Emil. Loved Pragmata, such a fun one. I know, I feel like everybody loves that game so much. I'm like, I have to try it. I remember when it came out, multiple people were asking if I was going to play it. So yeah, I keep like getting notifications for sales going on for games right now, and that one's not on sale ever. Probably because it's so new. But that's okay. I will buy it. But yeah, I don't know. Did we find out? Does anybody know? Did we find out what happened to Pascal? And I just didn't. If you... Oh, okay, wait. If you reset Pascal's memory, he goes back in the village, but he forgets everything that happened. So he sells parts of robots. Wait. Robot parts of his old friends? Well... Oh my god. Well, what happened with the ending I ended up with, which was walking away? Do we know that? That's fucked. Sorry. Oh, okay. Probably, I guess maybe the game doesn't even tell us. That's crazy. Oh, no. Oh... Yeah, I feel like that choice, had I not known about the third option, I've gone back and forth on this a lot. I feel like I would have just killed Pascal. Not even knowing that outcome, only because for me it was like at least Pascal dies as he was. You know what I mean? He doesn't have all his memories wiped and he's just a shell of who he used to be. Oh, yeah, that's terrible. Oh my god. Capcom's just been on an absolute heater this year. They have Onimusha next month too. I feel like, yeah, I do feel like Capcom is like killing it. And I got two Capcom games on my poll. So it's never explicitly said in game. Damn. God damn it, Yoko Taro. What's that about? You're not gonna give us that information, but you can do other random shit? You can have a meal in that frickin' buggy? What do you... I don't even know what you want to call that. His little four-wheeler? But you can't tell us what happens to Pascal? Hi, bad guy. I'm pretty sure it's implied that he took his life if you leave. I hate that. I hate that. Well, I figured there'd be no happy endings there, so... no, I have not seen the new Spider-Man yet. I do want to see it. I just don't know when the hell that would be. Probably not until it comes to streaming. Not gonna lie. Wrong city, wrong people. So true. Ugh, it's so messed up. God damn it. Okay. I do remember. Claymore. It's all those cyberpunk-esque, worlds. Okay. Alright, guys. So, should we... I don't know. Should we get started, you guys think? This song is such a bop. I could just sit here and listen to this song. Do. Yes, it's time. I don't know, I wasn't sure why Pascal wanted A2 to kill him when he could just remove his core. I feel like he just couldn't do it to himself, you know what I mean? But, like, I also feel like it was fucked up to put that on A2. If we got 6 hours of video, maybe. I know. God, should I just, like, should I play it on 2x speed? I won't process anything if I play it that fast. I guess we'll see how fast the YouTuber talks. That will probably help. It is, Navely, it is. Yes, wait, the desert theme. I love the desert theme. I'm actually gonna put that on right now. Where's that one? Hold on. Amusement park. I love the amusement park song too. What's that one called? What's the desert one called again? I thought it said it in the name, but I'm not seeing it now. Hi, Ajo. Okay, Emil, I will take my time. Oh, I will. If we gotta, we'll probably, this is gonna be fucking 2 streams of lore videos. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. You know what? Just kidding, guys. Let's watch a video. I think it's time. We need to start. Ah, yes, silence. All right. So we should probably do the ending why video first, since we watched Emil's memories at the end of last stream. Hi, Renown, welcome in. How are you? Oh, yes. So the poll, guys, I will close the poll. In the meantime, and then we'll take breaks. Oh, wait, one last thing I wanted to mention. For Twitch viewers, and this is for you, Clavor. If you have VIP, and I said this in the Discord, but if you are able to redeem VIP, you can have it now for 2 months instead of 1 month, because I realized how unfair it was that I quite literally only stream like 4 times a month, basically. I'm like, okay. I feel like that's not fair. Like, you don't have it for that long. So it'll be 2 months now, and hopefully I can keep track. It's really only you and 2 others at the moment. So, yeah, I know. I felt kind of bad. I'm like, I feel like this is an unfair thing here. Okay. Let me close the poll for now. Why does it say it's not open? It is open. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Okay. Poll closed for now, guys. Just for now. Okay. Let's do it. So let's start off with ending Y. Full screen. Oh, also, I have a new I have a new chat box, guys, because the other one was like being weird. So we're gonna try this one for now. I don't know if I like it or not, but we'll see. Okay, one sec. What? I have a new chat like box here. It's a little bit different than my last one. Yeah, sorry. I don't know what did I say? Did I say that? A new chat box, or did I say something else? Okay. Thank you for that. It's working. It's working now. Okay, let's watch this then. This is how-to guide. Is this the right video I should be watching? Or can I just see the ending? What is ending why? Do I need to see all this? You can just play it and see. Let me know if you guys can hear this. Hold on, it's silent right now. There's no music.
Why did you ask Pascal about A2?
Okay, yeah, you guys can hear that.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thanks, 2B.
Still,
Hi, Arbiter. Skim till the end.
don't forget it.
Okay.
Still.
Wait. Okay. Apparently this is 1080p, but I don't know. Nice, we needed that. This is so funny. Why are we collecting stuff? This ending is missable. Follow my instructions exactly. Okay. I should get out my notebook. I should get it out. Oh!
Are these Emil?
What the fuck? This feels quiet.
Emil!
What's with the big Emil head?
Out. They're still alive.
There's so
What
many.
is that?
No! Level 99! Why is it so fast? I didn't do that, right? No, that's just the video. This? I should watch the full video? Uh-oh. Guys! Okay, well, it's gonna be this fast. Alright, where should I start, guys? Guys, is there a better video? There's a bit of cool secret stuff you never encountered. Actually, I was just thinking, I should watch the lore video at this speed. Alright, hold on. Hold on. One in the video. Is this someone's speed run? It might be. I don't know. Let's do, okay, wait. Let me see if I can just look it up myself. I'll start over. This is a weird video. Oh. Ending Y. Oh, okay. Let's see. Whoa. So this is just the final boss fight, though, Clavor. Should I'm hearing I should be watching, like, other parts of it as well. Let's see. Ending Y. Just do ending Y side quest or something. Oh, I guess that's like the one I was just watching is literally the first one that pops up. Let's see. This is a 30-minute video. Holy fuck. Should I just not watch this? Yeah, but Navely, it's literally like so sped up. I can't even hear what they're saying. Okay. Chat. I don't know if I'm gonna watch this on stream. I'm not gonna lie, because it's like without it being sped up, it's 30 minutes. Chat. Think it's okay to just watch the boss fight, but then am I missing lore? All right. This is starting great. All right, you know what? I know it's going real freaking well. Let me tell you. It's going real well. Okay, hold on. Okay, let's watch this 5-minute video. True Emil. Okay. We'll just watch this, guys. I'm sorry. Okay.
What in the goddamn...
Okay, all the Emils. Oh, here we're doing it as A2. Okay.
Round thing. You okay? Watch out. There's still...
Did she just call him round thing? What did she just call him?
Oh, are you kidding me?
The level 99 is crazy.
Alert. Magical weapons from the old world detected. Magical elements have a high probability of penetrating all defense systems. Proposal. Evade.
It's not that easy, you dumbass.
Ew, Emil, what happened to you? My poor baby. No, you don't. You don't need this world. You don't need anything. You're perfect as is.
This is bad shit.
Those are... What happened to my clothes? Years of multiplying. Years of fighting and wars. Their sense of self just deteriorated.
That's so
I
sad.
need to settle things with them. On my own.
Shut up already, kid.
I think it's funny. This is the exact same boss fight you have, like, in the main story. Just stronger and with Emil. Whoa. It's interesting watching somebody who's actually good at combat playing this game. Not la la la. Bro is yapping. Also, what does she have on her back? Is that just an Emil weapon? What is that? my god, I'm so sad for him.
Shit. You! All of you! This pain! This sadness! This desperation! You know nothing about it!
But even so, all of this is wrong. No matter how hard or how painful, they never gave up. They kept fighting because they believed they could overcome someday. Isn't that right, Kaine? Even if it's pointless, you still have to do it. Because this is the world my friend tried to save.
Time until self-destruct. Kaine. Emil's song. The Emils caused their fusion reactors to go out of control, turning the planet into a dead chunk of rock, tumbling through the vast vacuum of an uncaring universe. Fuck. Amazing. Aw. That makes me really sad. Poor Emil. Literally no happy ending for anyone. I'm sorry to anyone who wanted me to watch like the full thing. Like I will just go back and watch stuff on my own, I think. If there's like more lore in it or not, but I couldn't watch that video. I couldn't even understand what they were saying in it. I give that endings pun 3 stars. Heady, what did it say? Heady battle. So stupid. Is there a second part? Hi, Master of Light. Welcome in. How are you? Oh man, how do you get the Emil head weapons, guys? How? Oh my gosh. My poor child. All right, the other thing was this amnesia side quest available on 9S's playthrough. I can watch this one too. Oh, there's another battle with Emil that you can get them from. So you just keep fighting poor little Emil. You know what? I'm glad I didn't do that. Although the Emil weapon would have been cool. Wait, I was reading, I saw that the ending Y, maybe this is not true, I'm not sure, but do you have to get all of the weapons to get that ending? Let's see. Emil fight follow-up quest? Boss fight and activation quest? Is it activation? Remember how he tells you where his house is? If you explore, you can find it, and if I recall, you have to steal a mask from him and he fights you. The hell? Aw, poor Emil. Okay. I don't know what this extra additional quest is, guys. So if anybody knows and wants to send it in the Discord, feel free. The next one I'm gonna watch, if you guys think I should, is this amnesia side quest. Let's see. Do 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 do. All right, let's see what this is. Hey, you're with... Oh, my... Can someone explain why this is a thing with these videos? Why is this a thing where everything is so fast? It's still so fast. This is going so poorly, guys. Good, amnesia accepted. Okay, so friend was killed by the resistance. It doesn't even matter how slow I make this. Let's see. That's not what I wanted. She's going to pay for it. Let's go back. Let's go back. Mute. Last entry contained the life log. I could be wrong, but it looks like 2 resistance members fighting each other. So my friend was killed by the resistance by one of her own. Easy. We haven't finished fully restoring something. It won't be complete until we dig deeper. Okay. That person in the red hood killed my friend. She's going to pay for it. Killer could be watching you right now for all we know. What the hell? Let me ask around the okay. You guys like sitting here in silence while I do this? I gotta just open up that frickin' lore video. Has everyone clicked off? Is anybody still here? You were like the hood. Last I heard, he was out at the desert station. She shouldn't be hard to find. Okay. I have no clue what's going on with this quest right now. It's rude to give a person something without permission. What if they don't want it? I checked the 30-minute Emil video. The alternate ending starts at 28:30 if you want to just watch that. Okay, it wasn't the 30-minute one. Whoa, what the fuck? Now we're not working. My ADHD is killing me right now. You extracted images from the life log. I'm like, I gotta just skip to the end to see what happened. I'll just pretend you turned ignore mode? What's that mean? I really think that I'm gonna have to just watch all these other side quests on my own because some of these videos, chat, I feel like this stream is complicated. Bro, I literally don't even know, like... One day I was ordered to kill my friend, so I did. I had my orders and I followed them. It was hard, so hard. After a while, I couldn't live with what I had done. This is an E-type. Like 2B. So you erased your own memories. Yes, fucking A. But this wasn't the first time. I've killed comrades, friends, lovers. I've done it more times than I can count, again and again and again. When you ignore chat. Oh, yeah, true. That's me right now. I'm just ignoring you guys. Wait. You just laugh? Again and again. Is that a giggle? Oh. He. Are you alright? Yes, I am. Alright. Everything is alright. I am a Yorha type E. E for execution. I follow orders, kill my friends. E. And you solved it. Solved the murder. Now I have to pay you. This is disturbing. Honestly, imagine, I think, had I done this quest, before finishing NieR, that would have been mind-blowing to then see. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying, Clavor. I said that. I'm like 2B. Specifically for foreshadowing the 2B reveal. Yeah, like that would have hit so much harder if had I done this. Because I was kind of like, it was like this big reveal that she's actually a type E. And I'm like, this is like the first time I've even heard of this. So. Do you need a friend killed? A lover? It's my job. My job. My job. Oh my God. Freaking out. Crash out of the century. Understandable. Joe he. Let's go. 2P's like, okay, I'm out of here. You obtained a pod. Wait. Okay, you just get a bunch of this shit. Oh my God. Okay. That's crazy foreshadowing. I'm really sad that I didn't get that first. Just typical me. Playthrough ruined, guys. Playthrough ruined. Just kidding. All right. Okay, and then you said really renowned. That's crazy. That's fine. Okay, good. I don't remember what I said, but good. Okay, the one other thing was the other Emil. Oops. The other Emil thing. One second, guys. Hold on. It was the ending Y side quest. New Max Verstappen type video, or will this one turn? I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Where's the 30-minute one? Okay, and oh my God, somebody's talking in this video. What the fuck? It's this one. It's the wrong video. All right, wait, hold on. Renowned said it was at the 28:30 mark. Okay. Wait, is it this one? Wait. Okay, wait. Wait. Chat. Hold. So there's this. Let's probably add this over here. Oh, we're just watching. That's sad.
But even so, they may. Isn't that right, Kaine? Even if it's pointless.
No, this is what we already saw. Renowned.
Because this is the world my friend tried to save.
We saw this already. Guys, I'm gonna crash out now. Now I'm gonna crash out. Okay. Let's watch the lore video. It's time. It's freaking time. It's not the same video. I saw that already, though. Okay. Oh my God. Okay. I'll try it again. I need to be patient. 30-minute video. 28:30.
Painful. They never gave up. They kept fighting because they believed they could overcome someday. Isn't that right, Kaine? Even if it's pointless, you still have to do it. Because this is the world my friend tried to save.
Okay, self-destruct. Do you have to do this fight twice? Crazy.
I think this is it for me. I can't believe I remembered something so important. Right at the end.
What?
Emil, I was running from the memories of losing those close to me. It was so hard. So painful. At the end, I did a lot of bad things to you, 2B. But now I get to see them again. Really soon.
Aww.
You'll be alright. We can repair you. Oh. Hey. I'm so glad I got to see you all again. Emil.
Aww. Aww. Like, don't repair Emil, please. Let him freaking... Just let him be. Wow, look at all these endings. Aww. I'm sad. Glory to mankind and Emil. Yes. No, just glory to Emil. Only to Emil. Only to Emil. I'm sad, guys. Once again. My poor baby. All right. I think it's time, guys. I think it's lore video time. Oh, let's just see where we're at in terms of the ad break. Oh, we got time. Okay. Actually, we got 8 minutes. I'm going to run a 3-minute ad right now, and then we'll start right after, and that way we'll be good for like an hour. I did also, just so you guys know, I changed the ad situation just a bit. I'll explain more once it's over. But I never really thought about it, but this boss is probably where the aliens evolved their robots from. What the heck? So, like, do we learn anything else about the aliens? Like, were they just beings from literally from another planet? Or do we just not know anything about them still? Do. Here, I'll put on a song while we wait. While we wait for that ad. NieR. I want NieR Replicant. I want NieR Replicant music, my favorite. Let's just do some good old Song of the Ancients. I don't know, the A2 desert boss was a test unit and looked pretty similar. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. It looked like the exact same boss. Just one had a meal. Apart from what we learned from the Yorha commander, Adam, even Emil, I don't think so. Okay, interesting. There's this big unknown entity. Spoiler, Emil was the last of mankind. Emil was. Emil actually was. Now that I think about it. I mean, he was changed completely at that point, but still a human. Oh, God. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that I was like I was unclear about. Well, honestly, I feel like I don't even have to ask questions because everything is going to hopefully be explained in this comprehensive video we're about to watch. A2 desert boss was a test. Oh, I read that already. Sorry. I don't know if any supplemental stuff expands more on it. Damn. Well, we're going to find out very shortly. All right, one sec. Okay, sorry, chat. One sec. I'm just moving some windows around on my computer. Okay. All right, ad break is almost over, and then it's time. All right, 3, 2, 1. Ad break has ended. All right, so I made it now so that the ads on Twitch are 3 minutes once an hour instead of like 40 minutes once, or sorry, not 40 minutes. Instead of like 2 minutes every 2 minutes every 40 minutes, if that makes sense. So longer ad breaks, but less often. So I think that'll be better. And I'll do my best to not like do like if anything major is happening when the ad break pops up and I catch it, I will like pause. I don't want anyone to miss anything. But I have to do it that way so that pre-roll ads don't pop up, which is so annoying, but I feel like nobody... If I click on a new streamer that I've never watched before and a fucking 3-minute ad pops up or whatever, I'm clicking off. So we don't need that to happen. Okay. Can you turn this music off? All right. Are we ready? Petition for 2 minutes of ads every 30 seconds? Oh my god, says the person subscribed to me. Oh man. I wish I could just do like the absolute bare minimum of ads and not get pre-rolls. It's really annoying. But if I did 2 minutes of ads though for every 30 seconds, I'd be rich, guys. I'd be so rich. I'm just kidding. I actually don't even know how much you would make. Right now, you make, guys, Twitch ads pay like nothing. It's actually kind of like crazy. It's like a couple cents. So interesting. And they're like, you have to play this many ads in order for this to happen. And I'm like, bro, why do you like this? It would just be literal continuous ads. Wait, no, actually you're right. Wait, that would be insane. There are people, though, I swear to God, who do like 10 minutes of ads every like once an hour. Like every 30 minutes, it's like 10 minutes of ads. It's crazy. Poorest streamer ever. Yes, exactly. That's me. So poor. Okay. Are we ready? I'm ready. I'm a little nervous, but this should be interesting. All right, let's hear how slowly this person talks. You guys hear this?
Over the past 20 years, there have been many gaming titles that have managed to cultivate their own avid fan bases. Whether it be because of the story, gameplay, music, or any number of reasons, there are many titles out there that fans love which are not widely known to the larger public.
Hi, Hayden.
It's a rare occasion when a sequel to one of these games not only manages to break through into the mainstream market, but at the same time, while doing so, manages to be considered in the eyes of many, a masterpiece.
Let me know how the volume is, guys, compared to my voice. Song is so good. Aww.
NieR Automata introduced many players to the world of NieR. Its story, themes, music, gameplay, and design was so
Automata. I've been saying it wrong.
Executed. It was, and still is, unlike many other games you'll experience in a long time. It left many new fans eager to learn more about this franchise's history. But imagine the shock they find themselves in when they discover NieR's story not only stems from, but continues on, from a completely different franchise altogether. Drakengard is a title most gamers are not familiar with. It was originally released on the PlayStation 2 back in 2003 to mixed reviews. While the gameplay was hit or miss, there was undeniably a unique approach when it came to the characters inhabiting its world. Yoko Taro, the game's director, had an interesting way of looking at modern tropes. Typically, the protagonist of a game might slaughter hundreds and thousands of people, yet be hailed as a hero. He found concepts like that wild. How was someone like that not insane? So, it was the perfect choice to put into his own game. He implemented the ideas many wouldn't dare or even think of to touch. It was viewpoints like that and the willingness to take an unorthodox approach which gave his titles their own unique identity.
He took that shit to heart.
He stepped away for the sequel in 2005,
like, this
but
makes
when
no
it
sense.
was finished, returned to work on a third installment. During its development, however, the concept wound up straying a little too far from what they intended, and so the game was instead rebranded to what we now know as NieR.
NieR, look at that font!
Enough, despite the rebrand,
NieR!
Yoko Taro never stopped treating NieR as though it was a sequel to his past game.
OG NieR.
As far as he was concerned, he picked up right where he left off. And once more, he continued to implement a unique view on the world through its story.
Whoa.
Drakengard would eventually get an official third installment in 2014, and it would be a prequel to the
It's so
original
true.
game. But as the years
you guys want
have gone
subtitles?
by, instead of furthering the divide between the franchises, he's actively worked to bring them closer, to the point where it's an undeniable fact that the two stories tie into one another. Unfortunately, understanding the timeline isn't as simple as just going through the games. Each game has a plethora of different endings which can and do branch into their own separate timelines. Add on top of that countless different novellas, books, manga, stage plays, and whatever other form of
Oh my
medium
god.
Yoko Taro
Oh
has
my
chosen
god,
to
the
dip his
stage
toe into,
play.
and you
What is
have
that,
a
puppets?
lot of material to get through. But getting the true timeline is work in and of itself, since Yoko Taro loves to just change things. Considering this timeline is one that
Brother.
theoretically deals with an infinite number of varying branches, Yoko Taro loves to change the events of history anytime a new version of a story comes out. If you're currently watching the Automata anime that's airing and you've previously played the game, you've probably noticed that certain characters have completely changed. And that's
I haven't watched
on
this yet.
purpose. He's not retconning his story, he's just going down a different path of the
Sure,
timeline.
we'll
His
just
unique
call
approach
it
to
that.
Storytelling hasn't changed from his beginnings. In fact, if anything, he's only gotten more bold with the risks he's willing to take. From swapping genres mid-game to tackling the topics others dare not approach, it's almost as if the whole world is Yoko Taro's playground and he's doing what he wants. This video is going to be as straightforward of a timeline as could possibly
Whoa.
be. I'm not going to explore any of the irrelevant endings or branches that lead into different paths. There is one flow of history that leads directly from the beginning of this timeline straight to its end.
Oh, let's
As
go.
such, any material that's not part of the main timeline will be left out. These include the aforementioned endings, a manga series, as well as Drakengard 2, since Yoko Taro didn't work on it,
Okay.
and he ignores it as well. With that said, I present to you the complete, unabridged timeline of NieR.
Damn, I missed pre-rendered cutscenes.
While
Drakengard
the
3, there you
Drakengard
go.
universe is what begins this whole timeline and is set in a fantastical world full of magic and dragons, its history actually stems from our very own, literally. Up until the year 856, their world was exactly like ours. The same countries, the same continents, the same
Oh.
past, everything was the same. But in the year 856, earthquakes began devastating parts of the world. The most important was one that occurred in the Iberian Peninsula in Europe. After this, overnight, seemingly out of thin air, a mysterious metropolis had risen, and with it brought all sorts of powerful creatures not
Whoa.
native to the world, such as dragons.
Ooh.
This location would be known as Cathedral City. Now, to be clear, there is a lot of mystery surrounding where, why, and how Cathedral City wound up appearing out of nowhere. And with the scarce amount of information available, assumptions have to be made. The most logical sense seems to be that it came from both a different time period and dimension.
Is this the logic in the world, or is this the logic for just us? Like, as we're learning about this game? That's my question. Also, this music is really, really pretty. I'm assuming this is Drakengard 3 music.
I say this because if you're familiar with the franchise, there is a character named Accord. She's an android meant
Accord!
to observe singularities across the timelines. Singularities in and of themselves are just entities that create a branch within a timeline in which things change from what was supposed to happen. Her job is to monitor these timelines and ensure these singularities don't lead to the downfall of every single timeline, thus annihilating everything. That is her purpose.
How did she
the
get
reason
this
I
job?
bring her up is because she appears as a security measure, keeping a very dangerous entity, which I'll explain here soon,
Okay.
locked away. Cathedral City appears inside the Drakengard universe in the year 856. However, Accord wasn't invented until the year 6230 in the NieR universe.
Okay.
Her, alongside dragons, were both invented to help fight back against an alien invasion. I know that part sounds really weird and random and out of nowhere, but
Thank you,
if
sure.
you know the timeline, then you know that is an event that does happen and we will get to it. But either way, a cord was invented for the first time in the year 6230. Cathedral City, from its architecture and technology, is very advanced. So while never directly stated, it makes sense that some sort of time-space phenomena pulled Cathedral City from the 6th millennium to the Drakengard universe in the year 856.
It's like a fucking time loop. It's a time loop.
That everything exists in a type of cycle. NieR's timeline only happens because of the events of Drakengard. And if Drakengard only happens because of NieR, then it's one big cycle with no clear beginning. But anyway, all of that was to say Cathedral City, dragons, and other beings all showed up out of nowhere, resulting in the true start to the Drakengard timeline.
Are we going to talk about Drakengard 1?
What is to unfold, we must first talk about the true antagonist of everything that is to come. From here to the end of the timeline, God. God is an entity that is never seen throughout any of the games, novellas, side content, and so on. They have no religious affiliation. It is just God in the premise of being the creator of all living things. The plot comes in when God deems mankind a failure due to their strong egos and uncontrollable nature, free will as it is. As such, God has sentenced humanity to death and created creatures to wipe them out.
Fair enough.
These are where the Watchers came from, otherworldly beings meant to assist in the destruction of humanity. They have no set form and can take on the appearance of many different things. But it is typically their primary goal to simply help kill everything.
Okay.
It is possible that this is also where the Black Flower came from. Possibly the most dangerous active threat to all life. In the simplest of terms, the Black Flower has the ability to destroy everything. It's not only a threat to the world, but the universe
nice
and
Doctor Who reference, Hayden.
As a whole. Returning to the idea of Cathedral City having come from the future, the Black Flower was likely both discovered and subsequently sealed away during that time as well.
And then I'm thinking, sorry, I'm going to pause here and there. We'll never get through this video, but it's fine. So when I think Black Flower, one, I think Black Scrawl because it also had the writing, right? Which I'm now realizing that writing that we saw that's in the Black Scrawl was the writing outside the tower in Automata. I think that just dawned on me just now. But then I also think the opposite, what's the opposite of a black flower? A white flower, like the Lunar Tears. That's, you know,
it currently
I think I'm onto something here.
away within Cathedral City. A cord, whose job it is to make sure the timelines don't end, is a security measure put in place to keep it sealed. And even an android guardian named Bardus is located within the walls to protect it. He is of immense strength, as we will come to see. Where the Black Flower originated is entirely a mystery, but because of what it does, we can assume God created it to wipe everything out. The dragons, however, are an enemy of the flower, and they have the power within them to destroy it. It might have been part of the reason they were created in the first place. But despite their purpose, upon being transported to the year 856, they became the enemy of humanity, likely by complete accident. With the dragon's lifespan so long, all they ever knew was battle. Ever since they could remember, they were always on the battlefield, fighting against this.
Wait, if the dragons, because there's no dragons in NieR, so because of that, I think that's then why maybe the Black Scrawl happened, and there was like no way to solve it because the enemy of the Black Flowers was the dragons, bro.
Alien invasion.
This is crazy.
Through the day and into the night.
Also, I don't even know if I'm right, but
dragons,
I'm talking like I am.
Described as having the numbers to blot out the sun with their sheer numbers. But one day, some white explosion caused everything to vanish. Their numbers became rare, their enemies disappeared, and the Earth itself changed. This moment, whatever this white explosion was, is when they were transported to Drakengard. It is perhaps unlikely that they were even aware of what happened during the moment, as all of this information comes from a dragon in hindsight recounting these events. So upon being transported, and always being in battle, they may have perhaps just attacked humanity, as war was what they were always doing. And humanity, having come under attack, began fighting against the dragons, which then created a war which justified both sides trying to defend and kill each other.
This is the war I
And
think we
just
read
like that,
about in
ironically
Replicant.
enough, the dragons became the biggest threat humanity faced. And after about 10 years of suffering under them, humanity banded together and cast aside the concept of individual countries and became one unified body known as Midgard. From here, we'll be jumping
course it's
through
Midgard.
time pretty fast as civilization, technology, and life all advances. With cities and villages being reduced to ash, many survivors fled to Cathedral City as they considered it humanity's last shelter. This city would largely consist of nobles and intellectuals from past kingdoms. As perhaps an unforeseen side effect of the dragons and otherworldly beings, they carried a chemical within them known as maso. It's basically a magical element. Humans within areas containing high concentrations of maso began to evolve and change into many mythological creatures we are aware of today.
Oh.
Fairies, elves, trolls, minotaurs, and orcs are but a handful of subhuman species created from those exposed to these magical particles.
Oh, shit.
And as such, magic became a real thing. Many people began finding themselves able to utilize it for strange powers and quickly rose up the social hierarchy. The Magic Academy was formed within Cathedral City to study more about magic and was created by the church, who began worshipping users capable of miracles. The church
Hey.
and the Magic
How dare
Academy
you,
pretty
bad
much
guy.
oversaw everything across Midgard. By this point, the
Understandable,
people of
though.
the world had to establish new territories, which fell under new rulers who became known as the Lords of the Lands. Life under their rule was pretty miserable. Huge power gaps formed between the rich and poor, crime became rampant, murder, extortion, torture, and abuse of power was common among soldiers against women and children. The lords often had few to no restrictions on their actions and would partake in sick and sadistic hobbies of their own. But I'll get to each of them individually a little later down the line.
Okay.
Basically, as time goes
Fine.
on, a whole lot of political drama goes on between the church and the Magic Academy, which results in many people losing faith in their leadership. But in the year 995, an accident occurs within the Magic Academy inside Cathedral City. A female magician caused a large-scale accident by performing a forbidden art incorrectly.
Oop.
Details of this accident describe dust from the explosion resembling a giant flower which encompassed the entire city, and all traces of people within it disappeared and everything was reduced to ruins.
The
It is
big
perhaps
lunar
whatever
tear?
she did that allowed a portion of the black
Maybe?
flower to escape from its captivity and enter the world.
Boom.
Around the year 985 is where we get our first story in this timeline. In the novella A Reign to End and a Flower to Begin, we follow the life of a young girl who would become our main character for this early part of the story, as we see the events that would inevitably set her off on her life's purpose. As she would later be more prominently known as Zero, her childhood came just about as rough as they come. The world she lived in was a cruel one. She grew up in poverty under an abusive mother with nothing, not even a name to call her own.
Aw.
To be fair, she never quite blamed her mother for their circumstance or the way she grew up or even how she treated her, as it was likely the exact same for her. It was only ever
all
the
she
lucky
knew.
few children born into wealth who grew up with warm food and a roof over their head. The majority were forced to scavenge or steal just to survive. Most of the mothers around hardly cared about their children, as they were the result of an accidental pregnancy. As such, at a very young age, her mother sold her to a brothel
Jeez.
for a very small, nigh insignificant amount of money.
Jeez.
This became her new life, whether she liked it or not. Many of the girls at the brothel often conspired to escape via different methods, with very few, if any, ever succeeding. And this is where Indigo comes in.
Indigo.
She was one of the other girls working in the brothel and befriended our main character.
Indigo's
early
probably
upon
dying.
Her arrival. She even gave Zero the name Usubeni, or Rose, due to the color of her eyes, having not actually had a name at the time. But Rose
Oh.
would learn a very harsh
so
lesson
pretty.
early on.
The
To
Witcher
her,
core.
she and Indigo were great friends, and after some time had passed, Indigo suggested they steal as much money as possible and run off together to start a new life.
Sure, that'll
To
go well.
Rose, this sounded wonderful. Despite her life and the cruel world she lived in all this time, with Indigo, she felt they could do anything. There was a true sense of happiness she had with her. So the two stole the money
Okay,
and
yeah.
ran off.
You can never
Their
be
escape
happy in this
plan
world.
was a man waiting with a horse. It was a patron of the brothel who fancied Indigo for some time now. But when the two girls got to him, Rose was betrayed. Indigo was never friends with her.
What?
She was only using her and building up their friendship this entire time because she needed an extra pair of hands to help carry the gold they stole.
She couldn't just
Rose
fucking take her
was
with.
supposed to be killed right then and there. However, pursuers came and gave chase, so Indigo and her man made off with all the money. And Rose was left with a harsh lesson in trust. Particularly, she could trust only herself.
Jesus.
She was brought back to the brothel. However, her desire for freedom did not end that day. Several months later, she made yet another escape attempt. However, this time, it was actually successful. She stole even more money than before, but to make sure she wasn't pursued like last time, she slaughtered everyone that might potentially come after her.
Oh, shit.
She poisoned the men and killed them while they were unconscious. The procurers, their underlings, and even the women. No life was spared as she stealthily took the lives of anyone who might know her
Based.
or come after her. And with that, she escaped with bountifuls of...
When it said, when he said she killed all the men, I was like, as she should. I'm just kidding. I swear, I am married to a man. No, but yeah, then it said she killed all the women too. I'm like, oh. Yeah, this is very, very fucking dark. This is darker than NieR. Holy shit. Yoko Taro won't let you be happy. No, of course not. Was this was written, what did he say, this was a novella? This was written by Yoko Taro as well, I'm assuming, right? As a man, yeah, I would do the same. You're not trustworthy, okay? None of you. I'm
She may have learned a few things
I'm
from
not
her
ready.
experience with Indigo. She now faced a new problem along with a new lesson. Bandits.
Oh.
Being alone meant that she was
Men,
an
look.
easy target and an even more valuable one if she
Classic.
had anything of worth on her. She was robbed and yet again set to be sold to another brothel.
Oh my
However,
god.
before that time came, she escaped with only her life this time.
Talk
In
about
her
bad
mind,
luck.
she could have nothing and she could trust no one.
Hmm.
This was the only logical answer for her to live out the rest of her life as. It was miserable, rough, and lonely. And to top things off, she had contracted
Amazing,
an
Carrie. Good
incurable
job.
scourge plaguing the area and its people, so she was already living on borrowed time. Her life was spent wandering aimlessly, pilfering.
Carrie has been Yoko Taro this entire time. Yoko Taro has been in our midst this entire time. And he is subscribed to my YouTube channel.
Food and clothes as she came by them, and her habit of killing persisted. If she saw a warm meal on the table of someone's house, she would murder everyone in it just so she could eat.
Hi,
House
Taza.
to house, family to family, whether it was
So
the rich or the
she's
poor,
not even
it
trying to
didn't
sneak
matter to
in.
her.
She's just
So
murdering
long as there
everybody.
was something for her to take, she would. There was no sense of morality in her actions, simply whatever was best for her. Even when the children of these families begged for their lives, the prospect they would simply forgive and forget her killing their parents was too much of a risk compared to outright killing them. No one was spared the tip of her blade. Her
Yikes.
body count racked up well into the triple digits
So
before
true,
a
Aiden.
bounty was put out for her arrest. The reward was handsome, and so it pretty much became impossible for her to run anymore before she was caught. By this point, the disease had taken its toll, but not enough to kill her just yet. Upon being arrested, she was whipped for...
She has a disease? Sorry, did they say that and I somehow missed it? Oh my god, I'm already missing stuff. What disease? Did they say, when did this happen?
every single life she stole, which fortunately they didn't truly know, or else she definitely would have been dead. Afterwards, she was chained up and left to die in the town square. Alongside her were 5 other girls also sentenced to death. Unlike our main character, their intentions were quite virtuous. They attempted to start a revolt against the tyrannical lord who oppressed the people in hopes to give everyone a better
Red
life.
eyes disease?
But their dreams were shot down before it ever had the chance to blossom. One of their own ratted them out, and the 5 girls were captured and tortured. Their bones broken, their fingernails
I'm sorry.
ripped from their hands.
What the what did it just say? Hold on, I'm getting distracted.
Hopes to give everyone a better life. But their dreams were shot down before it ever had the chance to blossom. One of their own ratted them out.
One of their
and
own.
The 5 girls were captured and tortured. Their bones broken, their fingernails ripped from their hands, their eyes gouged out, and so
Jesus.
much more. Even to Rose, their fate felt far too cruel for how good they were.
Wow,
By
even
the
to
time
Rose.
was strung up, 4 of the girls had already died, with the leader, the last one, holding on through sheer
Red eye
willpower alone.
disease.
The two then have a relatively nice interaction before the remaining rebel dies.
Doesn't Kaine have the red eyes too? Red eye disease is a condition that affects various characters in Drakengard universe. It is characterized by scarlet red eyes in the victim, as well as violent berserk behavior, regardless of whether the carrier is human, demi-human, or monster. It can also present itself as a mark of possession by the Watchers. And so much more. Okay, so interesting. We'll probably learn about this.
But to the end, held true to her sense of justice
Here.
and belief in her actions in what she was trying to accomplish. As the remaining survivor, Rose was sent to be burnt at the stake. However, before that had the chance to happen, the culmination of her injuries as well as her sickness finally caught up to her, and she died.
Rest in peace.
But it seems the world wasn't done with her just yet.
Oh.
In her dying moments, she bore witness to a rose-colored flower blooming before her very eyes.
Okay.
This was in fact a fragment of the black flower that was sealed within Cathedral City.
Oh.
Like Rose, it was weak and dying, so it took root within her corpse and birthed her with new life. She was cured of her illness and given
Why did he say it like that? Birthed her. Logic virus? Wait, what? What do you mean? Birthed her.
magical
can't.
ability far more powerful than that of normal magic. She became known as an intoner. It's a definition given to those who are magically enhanced thanks to the flower. Being an intoner comes with a plethora of abilities. They can
Whoa.
manipulate magic via songs, enhance their speed and reflexes, heal abnormally fast, but also, and most concerning of all, was their ability to summon Watchers, the servants of God and instruments meant to destroy humanity.
Oh.
Over the next
Where is... Stop. Do you guys know where this footage is from?
8 months, Rose learns all about her new abilities, but also the flower's purpose. She learned that the flower is slowly consuming both her body and mind, turning her into a puppet. Once the flower fully takes root, it will unleash world devastation. Rose was just a tool in the flower's goal to destroy humanity. Having no interest in being
This is from Drakengard 3, like that cutscene and everything? That's... Was it like remade? Was it like remastered? Didn't that come out like a long ass time ago? No? Yeah?
controlled or destroyed
very
the
good.
world, Zero makes an attempt at her own life. She stabs herself through the heart with her sword, hoping to end things right then and there. But the flower, in an act of self-preservation, sensed her hostility and created 5 young clones of Rose. They too were intoners and possessed a fragment of her
Oh, it came out
personality
2013.
and powers.
Okay.
Rose attempted to kill them while they were
thought
still
it was
small
older.
and frail, but was incapable when the eldest sister, One, protects her sisters. Too weakened from her suicide attempt, all 5 girls managed to escape. Rose would then swear to kill all of them and rid the world of the flowers' existence, no matter the cost.
Okay.
Respectively, all of the sisters would go on to be known as 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Very creative.
It is also here that Rose adopted the alias of Zero, as she is the original, and it is her duty to deal with her sisters. As for the sisters, they are an amalgamation of a few separate things all mashed together in one.
Okay.
Their look, their personality, their memories all stem from different places. For example, the memories of the 5 girls' past are all different. In fact, they would all actually directly come from the 5 girls who died in the square alongside Zero before she obtained the flower. In terms of their appearance, they all came from different people Zero had encountered throughout her life. 5's body, for example, was that of a nun she had killed back when she was stealing food to survive.
A nun. A nun. You guys know any nuns? Dressed like this. I guess just her image is based off of that. I literally bought D3 last night on eBay pretty cheaply too. Good timing before the price goes up. Let's go. Wait, why would the price go up?
5. And 1 was actually that remaining leader girl she had talked to with her eyes gouged out for having tried to overthrow the Lord. 1 possessed the same voice, hair, and likely the same eyes. The other 3's appearances are unknown, but they were likely either from the brothel or girls she had killed while stealing food. It's also important to note that each of the girls are afflicted with a type of curse, a price they must pay for their ability to use the power of songs. 1's senses grow keener with each passing day. Her sense of smell, taste, hearing, and so on become much more sensitive over time. 2's physical strength gradually grows despite her appearance. 3's hair grows uncontrollably and she needs to cut it daily. 4's fingernails grow at an alarming rate and she's made a habit of biting them off. And 5's breasts enhance with seemingly each passing day. Of course, unlike the other 5 girls,
Literally why? Literally why? How old are they supposed to be? Jesus
5
Christ.
doesn't mind hers as much as it increases her self-confidence and bravado. But in terms of personality, let's take them one by one. Having each received a fragment of Zero's personality, 5 represents Zero's lustful issues.
Zero
and
looks so much like
insensitivity
Kaine.
towards sexual topics. She has a relentless craving and, like Zero, will kill anyone just to get some food.
I did pause at
5
a
is
crazy
crude
time.
and horny, full of confidence and greed. She has an insatiable desire for pretty much everything.
Did you say horny?
Men, food, greed, some food. 5 is crude and horny, full of confidence and greed. She has an insatiable desire for pretty much everything. Men, food, clothing. But whenever she gets what she desires, it isn't too long before she becomes bored of it and throws it away. 4 reminds Zero of herself when she was still a young girl thrown into the brothel and how she tried to hold on to the smallest bits of pride she still had left. 4 speaks and acts with grace, with a refined personality of a good and responsible listener. However, she is also Zero's embodiment of her desire to be accepted and loved by others. As such, 4 has an enormous inferiority
I'm not surprised,
complex.
Claymore.
She's jealous
Not
of her
surprised.
sister's beauty, such as 5, and constantly craves one's praise and acknowledgement. When 4 becomes paranoid, she rejects everyone in her life, hating the entire world. Exactly the same as when Zero chose to stop trusting others. 3 is Zero's wild, selfish, and twisted side. 3 has no remorse or empathy for her twisted actions. She's lethargic, lacks much energy, but has a very dangerous temperament. However, her obsession with dolls is completely unlike this side of her. When fixated on something she truly loves, she becomes hyper-focused and very talkative. She's regarded by the sisters as
Valid.
the most beautiful amongst the group, which they find unfortunate due to her general disposition. 2 is Zero's life in what could have been. She's bright and cheerful with the ability to get along with just about anyone she meets. She's a type of motherly figure, caring greatly about others and their well-being. She loves the world and is carefree, even able to find true love. And 1 is possibly the greatest aspect of Zero, which is her strong sense.
Yoko Taro's Seaman, whose response to Thirsty 2B artists was send me copies. He knew what he was doing, okay? He knew what he was doing with all these character designs. And not just 3, the whole drakengard universe. I wonder what you know, because things were like not like that really in NieR, other than like looking up Kaine's dress. Like that was the only thing I feel like.
Of justice in the world.
I wonder what
In Zero's
changed.
final moments before she died, she was unsatisfied and unable to comprehend why everything was so unjust. She hated wrongdoers, the corrupt and oppressors. Just before dying, she wanted a just and logical world, and that's what 1 embodies. A strong sense of justice, seriousness, and intelligence. 1 finds it her responsibility to care for the well-being of others and make the world a better place. These 5 were born of the flower's existence and as such serve as vessels of its will, whether they know it or not. Like Zero, the flower rooted within them is inevitably going to blossom and bring world devastation. And at the same time, they too are intoners and can utilize the power of song to their benefit. Basically, everything Zero knew in regards of how to utilize it, they kinda know as well. Ironically, these 5 do care greatly about the world and its people, and that would be very evident in what they did with their lives shortly after their birth.
Okay.
The manga series Utahime 5 shows us the story of the
Utahime.
5 sisters running up to the events before the game. The beginning months following these girls' birth were initially spent as a traveling superhero band, as
This
odd
looks
as
so
that may
cutesy.
sound. But through doing this, they were able to witness the cruelties of the world and see just how corrupt the lords of the lands really are. And so, the 5 girls set off on a journey to overthrow these leaders and free Midgard themselves. Their first target was Lord Bass from the Land of Sands. He certainly is a twisted
guy.
and ruthless individual. He doesn't care much about anything, including his own kingdom, outside of his own sickening hobbies.
I blame the bowl cut.
He decorates his castle using the flesh and bones of
How can anybody be
children
happy
and
with that?
slaves. Pretty much everything from little figurines to rugs to dolls, he crafts using the subjects from his own land. And when the families come to appeal to him asking for their children back, he strings them up, leaving them for dead for all to see. The 5 girls arrive at
What
his
the
castle
fuck?
and swiftly deal with the outside guards. While various traps and other abominations lie in wait on the inside, they too are dealt with until Bass himself chooses to confront them personally. He pilots a giant golem, which he hopes to overwhelm the sisters with. However, it's all for naught. 1 uses her power of song to increase her physical strength and movement speed, and she is capable of taking down the golem. Lord Bass in his defeat would beg for mercy, attempting to justify his actions. However, he's simply wasting his breath. To truly protect the world, the lords must die.
Hell
And
yeah.
so 1
This
disintegrates
guy.
his head with a sheer amount of superhuman strength.
Oh my god.
As the wall crumbles over the former lord's corpse, we are introduced to Partition. He was Lord Bass's assistant, however likely has relations to another lord, Cerulia. She rules the Land of Seas and utilizes magic, most notably to keep a youthful appearance. She steals the youth of others for her own personal gain. Partition, too, is a magician and does a similar
Partition,
form of magic to
the
keep
magician.
himself looking young. Both of them are obsessed with whatever magical strength lies behind the Mercurius Gate in Cathedral City, which we
It's always the ones with cutesy art styles that are the most fucked up. Oh, literally, it's like they have to juxtapose how horrendous it is with like just pretty drawings. Imagine the next NieR game focused on the themes of the Drakengard novels. That would be cool. I wonder if we're ever going to get another NieR game, guys. Everyone not knowing the lore would just get shell-shocked. Definitely. I feel like... Do you even think they would do that now? I feel like... I don't know. I almost feel like things got a little bit more tamer in the other games just to be more... to appeal to more people, you know? So, but I don't know. I'm sure most people also don't know the lore.
currently know is the Black Flower. Rumor has spread that behind the gate are the secrets to
Yeah.
all magic, and many
Maybe,
have taken
Hayden.
interest in trying to obtain it. It's likely the 2 were in cahoots to obtain this power, and so branched out hoping to find a solution faster. But nevertheless, since we're already on the topic of other lords, there is also Gray, who rules the land of mountains, and his son, Shaxor, who rules the land of forests. Knowledge about their kingdoms and their wrongdoings aren't shown in any detail. We just have to imagine they're on an equal level as Bass and Cerulia. These three's goal is to obtain whatever power lies within Cathedral City. This is important because Partition tells the sisters about this power as well, since it is their goal to become stronger and practice their skills so they can one day take on Zero when their paths inevitably cross again. He convinces them to venture to Cathedral City to obtain this power, and so they all set out. On their journey, however, their ship is attacked by a kraken-like sea monster, and amidst the chaos, one is pulled into the ocean, and none of the sisters are able to help her. Fortunately, one is more than capable of handling herself. She and the sea beast wash up ashore on some random island. However, after thinking the monster was dead, it makes a surprise attack, but is interrupted when a dragon lands on its head and kills it. This is Gabriella, one of the few and only relevant dragons that still roam Midgard. Her encounter with one was not by chance. In fact, she had crossed paths with Zero prior and was curious as to what her existence was. She was able to sense the odd nature of being an intoner and didn't know what that was. So following the sense of presence, she wound up coming face to face with one, but is notably able to tell the difference in the two's power level. Zero exerts immense strength to the point that even Gabriella describes her as a monster, while one appears weak, but she states her desire to protect the world. Their conversation is interrupted as Gabriella wasn't the only one looking for one. The other three lords have dispatched an assassin to track down and kill the sisters. The assassin is Bardis, who, if you recall, I mentioned was originally within Cathedral City when it first arrived. He was found by the lords within the walls guarding the gate to the Black Flower. A lot of time has passed since then, and he's kind of forgotten his purpose. And so the lords were just able to command him, and he followed their orders.
Classic.
Bardis is of immense strength and power. Not only is he physically capable of overpowering both one and Gabriella, but his body is able to regenerate from any damage he sustains. He's most certainly not human, and whatever technology he was made out of in whatever era he was plucked from makes him a real force to be reckoned with. As stated, he easily takes care of one and has no problem overpowering Gabriella. But just when things are looking bad, one unlocks her intoner mode. She pushes herself further beyond her known limits and unleashes a barrage of relentless attacks onto Bardis, decimating and ripping his body to shreds.
God damn. She kind of looked like, Shadow Lord. I get like Shadow Lord vibes. Also, there's all the... this, which reminds me of the Black Scroll. She's just like a monster. Yeah, she kind of looks like Kaine a little bit too. I am you.
Mode. She pushes herself further beyond her known limits and unleashes a barrage of relentless attacks onto Bardis, decimating and ripping his body to shreds. But she's just like a monster to kill the mysterious warrior. He regenerates, but this time with the physical appearance of a young boy. But it was enough to continue living another day. Having pushed herself past her
he regenerated as the boy?
But this time with the enough to decimating and ripping his body to shreds. But even this was not enough to kill the mysterious warrior. He regenerates, but this time with the physical appearance of a young boy. But it was enough to continue living another day. Having pushed herself past her physical limits, one fell into a coma for the next month. Gabriella was impressed by her capabilities as well as her desire to protect the world, and so she decides to take her unconscious and exhausted body and look after it until she wakes up.
Okay, nice.
In the meantime, there's another story
really
that we
renowned.
need to follow that was happening simultaneously as well.
I want it all to be explained.
What Zero was doing. After her sister's birth, Zero spent most of her time researching everything she could about the flower's origin. She found
Is that
some
correct?
books from Cathedral City which detailed the dragon's connection to it and how they are the only things capable of killing it. Her path inevitably crossed with Michael, the strongest dragon there
Michael!
is. When Zero found herself inside of Cerulea's kingdom fighting her soldiers, Michael showed up and decided to kill Zero as a game. But she used his own attacks in her favor and wiped out the soldiers instead. While he initially came to kill her, he noticed the flower growing within her and simply laughed. He stopped his attacks and chose to indulge in a conversation, as she most certainly is one of a kind. Michael confirms all of Zero's research about the flower and how dragons are connected to it. Zero divulges what has become of her, as well as the creation of her sisters, and how all of them need to die for the flower to be stopped.
Okay.
Michael sees the rivalry dragons have with the flower as his destiny, and so agrees. Though it wasn't as simple as just that. Over the course of the next 2 months, Michael would test Zero's strength and power over the flower by having her kill countless magical beasts. Her final test of strength was a battle with Michael himself.
Okay, wait. So the manga and the game like coincide. That's really cool. That's so fun.
Zero was strong enough to win the fight, and as promised, Michael began fighting by Zero's side as a friend and companion.
Yeah.
Now, both Zero and One have made allies with a dragon. As stated,
Okay,
1 month
cool.
would pass before One finally regained consciousness and was able to continue her journey. However, neither she nor her sisters were the first to arrive at Cathedral City.
Okay.
The Lords were.
Of course.
They were fully aware that there was now a race to claim whatever power and knowledge lied behind the Mercurius Gate, and they were hoping to be the first ones to claim it.
Really, Clavor.
Bardus, who has since reunited with them, is tasked with opening it because he's the strongest and from wherever this stemmed from. But when he tries to open it, the security
Awkward.
system rejects his voice data and teleports him away.
Whoa.
From here, the Lords have no choice but to simply wait for the intoners to arrive and ambush them when they're not suspecting it. With One reawakened, she and Gabriella would set a path towards Cathedral City, but on the way, she does reunite with the rest of her sisters as well, as they get to have a small little reunion. Now a complete unit once more, all of the girls are able to make their way to the gate where they hope to open it. But as they stand mere feet in front of it, before they even get the opportunity to try, the Lords launch a sneak attack, and 3 is killed out of nowhere. All hell breaks loose as the sisters all panic and try to launch their own counterattack in retaliation.
Oh,
But
shit.
one by one, each of the sisters are all brutally killed by the Lords, and their corpses lay scattered amongst the rubble. One is the only remaining survivor, and seeing all of her sisters slaughtered, she lets out a shriek of pure duress, which resonates with the Mercurius Gate and breaks open the seal that was keeping it locked. The black flower escapes from its captivity
Of course
and
it
takes
does.
the form of a black ooze with arms, grasping at anything it can get its hands on.
This cathedral reminds me of like the tower as well. Just saying. Taza, about the meat box soul box, I like kind of realized that earlier when they started talking about the black scroll and the words. I like saw it and I was like, wait, I think that's what was on the tower. Pretty crazy. She's completely insane, but so much R. Yeah, I could tell.
What it finds are the corpses of the deceased sisters. The black ooze
Oh,
grabs
no.
them and their body parts and puts them back together.
Oh.
A traumatized One is also absorbed, and the flower begins using them as puppets to enact its will.
Lovely.
It forcefully uses their power of song to summon each girl's respective watcher from the sky. Armisail, Egregori, Fanuel, and Armoros are all unleashed into the world, attacking the Lords and anyone in sight. The Lords are helpless to defend against such monstrous power they are up against. Gray is obliterated. His son Shaxor tries to seek safety beside Cerulea, but is betrayed as she rips his heart out and consumes it to retain her youth. This wouldn't last long, however, as she too is betrayed by Partition, who
Good.
kills her in the exact same manner to retain his youthful appearance. Gabriella is able
Fucking
to snap
assholes.
One out of her trance and back to her senses. She tries to use her power to the best of her ability to save her sisters. She pushes herself so hard that magically her body ages up past her prepubescent stage.
Oh shit.
But it's all to no avail. In fact, it would be Zero and Michael who arrive in the city and immediately help relieve the situation.
And thus the sister death.
The first thing Zero does
NieR
is
crash out
enchant
tradition
4
is
doves
established.
and send them to their respective intoner to siphon off power from them to deprive the flower of its energy. All the respective watchers disappear, and Michael is able to attack the flower himself, where
Nice.
he disintegrates it and completely ends its existence.
Let's go.
0 and 1 then come face to face
Whoa.
with each other once more. In what is certainly an inevitable fate, the two clash for the sake of their futures in the world they wish to shape. But as the two duel, an unexpected challenger enters the mix. Bardis.
This
He
guy.
has returned from wherever he was teleported, but now with the entity released, his purpose failed and his memory long since forgetting and caring about what he was meant to do in the first place, all he seeks now is a challenger to kill. It doesn't take long
my
after
God.
slamming the sisters into walls, regenerating
Looks
from
like
the
Cloudsi.
dragon's attacks, and showcasing his true strength, that both 1 and 0 recognize the threat he possesses and choose to team up and fight him together. Despite this nice sentiment, willing to drop their own personal grudges, it doesn't matter much. Bardis is still able to easily overpower everyone, with whatever minimal damage he sustains being
Damn.
negated almost instantaneously. 0 is taken out of the fight and knocked unconscious, leaving 1 to once again try and push herself past her limits. But this time,
For 1.
Gabriella doesn't allow it. She's willing to risk her own life for the sake of her friend,
Aw.
and she does exactly that.
Damn.
You see, dragons are allowed a final wish. When severely wounded or in a state they know they're not going to survive, dragons can wish for one thing. In most cases, dragons wish to reincarnate, so upon their death they can continue to live on in just a different form, thus making
Oh.
them immortal. But Gabriella instead chooses the path of a beast.
Wow.
In exchange for power, she will be reduced to nothing but a mindless monster. It is a great sin amongst dragons, as their intelligence is one of their strongest prides.
Oh,
Gabriella
no.
makes this sacrifice, and with it,
Couldn't she have sacrificed something else? I'm like, why? Why is it that? Why is that what she had to do? Doves, just like the red eyes, show up quite a lot, I think, but sometimes subtly in the background, like the literal last moments. And yeah, ending. Oh wait, I'm trying to. Do you mean were there an ending E? I don't remember, but obviously there's the doves in Replicant too.
she is able to kill Bardis with a mighty blast. But because she is turned into a mindless beast, there is no
Pigeons?
longer any discernment from friend or foe. Michael is taken out of the fight when trying to stop her, and when Gabriella pins 1 down ready to kill her, 1 takes the most dramatic measure she can to save her friend and uses a pact. Pacts are a contract between human and beast in which the two's lives become one.
What?
Their spirits are merged, and if one of them were to die, the other would as well.
Why?
However, this comes at a cost. The
course.
human who enters the pact will have something stripped away, usually what they consider most precious. In 1's case, it's her ability to grow up. She will forever remain in the body of a teenager until the day she dies. 1 accepts these consequences and so sucks up all of the magical energy nearby, and
That was the one thing growing up. Okay, sorry.
stops
I guess that makes sense.
Gabriella's beastification process. When she wakes up, Gabriella is safe, as are all of her sisters, who are now in their teenage years too. While they were killed, the flower brought them back to life, so they were given a second chance. Michael and 0 left the battlefield both wounded, knowing there will be another opportunity again down the road. This is where the manga series ends. However, there's still a lot of stuff that happens as a result of what transpired here.
Okay. Shit.
With the lords of the lands having been vanquished, each sister would become
Yeah.
the leader of one of each land respectively. and thus the new era of the Intoner Empire began.
Oh, shit.
The
Okay.
girls made swift policies that benefited the common people, keeping them out of poverty
Yay.
and famine, and former nobility were punished, particularly those who tried to oppose their rule.
Hell yeah.
They restructured and formed their own new armies. Within the span of a year, the girls effectively reshaped the entire world. All forms of religion virtually ended and were replaced by Intonerism. Whether it be their loyal soldiers or the everyday common folk, the girls were worshipped as goddesses for what they had done. And honestly, rightfully so.
Hell
the living
yeah.
conditions were made better
Cursed
for
to
the
be
people,
forever
monster
young.
population decreased. The world really did become a better place under their rule. From here,
Let's
each
go.
sister would go off and do their own thing in their respective region. One would naturally take up control within Cathedral City, where she spent her time trying to research what exactly she and her sisters were. She's trying to make sure that her convictions are noble and true, but despite her best efforts, there would be no documents whatsoever pertaining to an Intoner's origin, leaving her to simply act on her own ideals. 2 was put in charge of the Land of Sands, hoping that her cheerful and optimistic attitude would be good for the people living in such a wasteland. 3 was given rule over the Land of Forests due to her affinity towards strange creatures. The fairies and elves that reside in the area far outweigh the number of humans, but 3 gave them their space instead of trying to subjugate them like the lords, so
Nice.
everyone's happy.
Nice.
4 was given the Land of Mountains due to her habit of uncontrolled outbursts. She was unreliable to rule a larger kingdom, and the Land of Mountains has a very sparse population.
Okay, good.
And 5 was chosen for the Land of Seas. Its people are very rowdy, and 1 was hoping that 5 would rein them in, which she naturally did. But each of the girls were not alone in their rule. With them came their disciples. If you
Okay.
recall, during Zero and her sister's encounter at Cathedral City, she enchanted
What is happening
4
there?
doves and sent them to their
Doves.
respective Intoner to siphon off and deprive them of the flowers' power as much as possible. It worked, but what Zero didn't expect was that the power they had siphoned gave them a human form. Dido, Octa, Cent, and Decadus were unexpected life forms now brought into the world. As a disciple, it is their job to assist their Intoner in their duties as well as protect them. Their loyalty is absolute, and as such, they can never defy the Intoner they serve.
Okay.
Each of them effectively became their right-hand man. On top of that, they are also a tool to help
You guys
regulate the
see how they're
girls'
all
sex drive,
men?
which is directly connected to the flowers' power. Since the flower's influence is so strong, having sex is how the disciples siphon and help regulate that power within them. With their help, the girls are also able to summon their respective Watcher. A disciple could summon a Watcher without the aid of the Intoner song, however, it would cost them their life. So let me go through and give a rundown on each disciple and who they serve. Dido is 5's disciple. He's a very abrasive and baneful young man. Despite his boyish appearance,
I need to stop for a second. What do you mean have sex? What do you mean? Okay, hold on guys. I gotta do something. I'm crying. This shit just gets crazier and crazier. Hold on. Thanks Hayden for redeeming a hydrate. Yeah, we need to hydrate after that reveal. All I have is my matcha. That's all I got. Yes, everyone hydrate. Hold on. I'm just trying to send this text really quickly. Okay. Let's frickin' do it. Welcome to the world of Yoko Taro. I don't know why I'm still shocked. I don't know why I'm still shocked. Hold on, guys. Oh, there's gonna be an ad on Twitch soon. Worse is coming? Bro, I can't. I can't. All right, the next time an ad pops up, guys, we'll take a quick 3-minute break because I also have to use the bathroom.
He is deceptively cruel, sarcastic, impatient, and can be incredibly vulgar at times. Unfortunately for him, he hates being Five's disciple. She is the most sexually active of all the sisters and has the highest libido. Dido is her favorite sex toy, and so she will frequently force herself upon him throughout all hours of.
It got so much worse, like, immediately. There's that, yeah. Oh, I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. You knew this was a thing. I mean, what does kind of wear again? I know, guys. It still shocks me. It still shocks
Unable
me.
to disobey his intoner, Dido is forced to put up with it. He does always express his disdain for her and her appearance, which she only finds adorable. This is only really a problem for him because his real attraction is more towards the grotesque. He finds the inside of a human, such as guts, much more of a turn-on than he does that of traditional beauty standards.
That's the only
which
issue with
Five
that, surely.
possesses. Decadus is Four's disciple. Comparatively to the others, he is the
Hello,
most
police?
normal and is considered to be the most loyal amongst them. He is often described as a perfect gentleman as he speaks in a polite and mannered style. However, behind his perfectly well-mannered demeanor, he is an extreme masochist. Any form of pain and agony he goes through gets turned into his own personal reward. Whether it be physical or mental, whenever something harmful is happening to him, he can't help but get off to it, though he tries to suppress it, which often fails. Octa is Three's disciple. He is the wizened old man of the group. He takes his job as a disciple very seriously, particularly when it comes to the sex aspect. He spends his day reading books for obtaining pleasure and perfecting his craft. He is so horny that his outlook on joy is seen as a hole itself which needs to be filled. He sees every hole in the world as a potential lover, including a black hole within space. It doesn't matter the age, race, sex, or even species, to him, each hole has their own charm to it.
Excuse me?
Scent is Two's disciple. He's the suave and good-looking one of the group. However, he's incredibly dull. His intelligence is very minimal, and he'll often exaggerate or completely lie just to seem more bright and strong. What makes him different from the other intoners is his relationship with Two. Unlike everyone else, Scent and Two had fallen in love and are a perfect match for each other.
Okay, I like that.
Dido is repulsed by Five, but cannot disobey her advances. Decadus is a perfect gentleman to Four, but Four wishes he was more forward and aggressive, making a move on her. And Octa is often not able to display his sexual expertise, as Three is distracted by her own personal pet projects. Scent and Two are the only couple whose interests align. Two is infatuated with his suave personality and ravishing good looks, and Scent cherishes her entire being, willing to do everything to protect her smile. As for One, she was the only intoner not designated with a respective disciple. This didn't matter to her, as she was able to bypass many of the negative effects inflicted without using one. However, she still wanted some sort of insurance policy, a backup in her fight against Zero just in case she failed.
Clone?
And so One used one of her very own ribs and gave birth to a clone of herself.
Okay.
This clone would also be known as One,
Adam and
however,
Eve.
would often be referred to as Brother One. Unlike the other disciples, Brother One's existence was kept a secret from
it's very
everyone,
biblical,
including her sisters. He was trained in absolute secrecy with a single purpose to his life. If One were to die at the hands of Zero, it was his job to take her life. He was entrusted with a special sword made from one of Gabriella's fangs and sat in waiting for the inevitable day.
Sorry, we missed this. Hold on.
And sat in waiting for the inevitable day.
Boom. All right, guys. Twitch ad is starting in 30 seconds. We got 3 minutes. I'm going to run to the bathroom and we'll come back and we'll watch more. Look at us, not even a full hour into this damn video. There's gonna have to be a second stream, guys. All right. I will be right back. Yeah, it's definitely nuts. It's crazy. All right, are we ready? Are we ready? Have we all processed what we just watched? Okay. Mentally, no. Physically, yes. Okay, you know what? That's fine. That counts. Okay. I don't think I've actually processed anything. All I know is lots of sex. And death. Not surprised in the least. All right, guys. Let's do it.
And this leads us to the beginning of Drakengard 3. All of the intoners gather in Cathedral City to fend off their eldest
Wait, so none of, oh, okay, so that answers my question from earlier. So Drakengard 3 does not coincide with that manga. Okay, I was just confused because he kept jumping between the game and the manga, like imagery. So I don't know. I think Yotaro is telling us something. Yeah. Yeah, he's, well, one, horny, and two, I don't know. He's just horny.
Sister together while Zero launches an assault on the capital. Her first victim is Partition, who we met during the events of the manga.
Yes, the magician.
He was using magic to keep himself looking young, but when one saved Gabriella by sucking up all the magic in the area, he was transformed back to his real age. Since then, he's been
Horny,
writing stories
but in a
singing
fucked
the
up way,
praises of
exactly.
the Intoners and their accomplishments, but it doesn't last much longer.
You murderous savage.
Got him.
Savage. I think you mean intoner.
Whoa.
She's in there! Take her down! Kill the traitorous demon!
Woo. I feel like Kaine has some involvement with the intoners. I feel like there's something. Ooh. Music. Oh god, she killed George Washington. No. Whoa, this is so gory. Oh, that's crazy. Michael. Something about the dragon's name being Michael is just cracking me up. I know it's like a biblical name, right? But I think.
It's time to put an end to the intoners.
Wait.
Of course, none of her sisters are trying to hide and meet her at the cathedral. After a brief
Oh, okay, I see.
interaction, everyone fights. Zero is surprisingly able to hold her own despite being clearly outnumbered, but of course, this is a fight to the death, and no one is here to play games. One then summons Gabriel, who blasts Zero,
Biblical.
taking her arm as casualty. Gabriel
course.
is in fact Gabriella yet again in her beast form. While one worked hard
Oh.
to protect and revert her beastification during
You
the
have
events
no
of
idea?
the manga,
Great.
after she was finished training Brother One and this day was drawing closer and closer, she knew that in her current form she was no match for Michael. To see One's dreams fulfilled, she needed to be as strong as she could possibly be, which is why she asked One to make her a beast once more. It's evident that she complied, but it had a noticeable effect on One's attitude. After the transformation, she became rather untalkative and never genuinely smiled again. Anyway,
Aw.
that's why Gabriella is now Gabriel. As things are looking bad for
Okay,
Zero,
that makes sense,
Michael is
Snavely.
able to show up just in the nick of time and fire a blast at One. But the other sisters use their power of song to protect her. This gives Gabriel enough time to fire yet another blast. Michael uses his own body to protect Zero, but Gabriel has become so strong that the blast is powerful enough to be fatal. While Zero and Michael are able to flee to safety, Michael is forced to use his last wish to reincarnate. He is reborn as Mikhail, and is quite staunchly different to his previous form. Mikhail is much more of a child in his attitude, knowledge, and demeanor.
Was Mikhail also
Most of his
a
development through the game is working on these things.
biblical name?
Before we continue any further,
Okay, I want to do something really quickly. I just want to look up the Bible stuff with like Michael and Gabriel because I'm curious because I don't really know. To be honest, I don't know much about the Bible. So, let's see. Leading angels. What's a good like site to look at? I'm trying so hard not to look at the fucking AI at the beginning. The L in Michael and Gabriel does mean angel. They're archangels. Michael and Gabriel. Yeah, but like, what does that mean? The 7 archangels. The concept of 7 archangels is found in some works. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Where's Michael and Gabriel? Archangels in current church traditions. Oh, Michael, Gabriel, and Raphael. Isn't Raphael also a Ninja Turtle? Wait, aren't they all Ninja Turtles? Isn't Mike... Wait, were the Ninja Turtles? Isn't it Michelangelo or something? Wait a minute, I'm learning so many new things. The word angel or angelos in Greek means messenger. Angels are therefore messengers of God, blah, blah, blah. Michael is in Hebrew. So it's just like another name for Michael, basically. Means who is like God. Raphael means God heals. And Gabriel means God is my strength. Okay. There's a lot here. Michael appears in the New Testament in the book of Revelation when Lucifer, the angel of light, rebels against God. Michael defeats him and expels him from paradise. Okay, this makes sense. Now I'm just imagining an archangel going, "Cowabunga, my child." We've gone from Bible to Ninja Turtles very quick. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I literally can't take anything seriously. The Ninja Turtles are named for painters. Oh, okay. But the painters are probably named after the Bible, though, right? Ninja Turtles are named after Renaissance artists who are named after archangels on account of being raised in Catholic traditions. Okay, that makes sense. Ooh, okay. We're getting so much Ninja Turtle lore right now. I love it. Hi, Red. All right, I'm done looking up Bible lore. We can just move on. I didn't get much from reading that, but it's fine.
I need to give context.
There was just too much for me to read. I'm like, I just need like a simple, like, this is who they are and this is what they did, but there's like just paragraphs. I'm like, okay, literally can't do that right now, so.
On these things.
I can't unsee a biblically accurate angel eating pizza.
Before we continue any further, I need to give context to the events that I'm going to be detailing. Anyone familiar with the Drakengard or NieR series knows that there are a multitude of different endings for each of these games. And any of these endings can wind up branching into their own different timeline.
Right.
Drakengard 3, more than any, deals with this concept. Zero is a singularity, meaning she is an entity that is powerful enough to cause a branch within a timeline in which history completely changes.
She's a what?
Believe me, this is and will be more history. An entity that is powerful. This concept. Zero is a singularity.
A singularity.
Meaning she is an entity that is powerful enough to cause a branch within a timeline in which history completely changes. Believe me, this is and will be more relevant than you might think. One of the gimmicks of Drakengard 3 is witnessing these different branches, but ironically enough, none of the in-game branches are what is considered the canonical order of events.
Okay.
Which is why in 2014, a novelization of the game's narrative was released to better connect everything. It borrows many aspects of the events we see from the varying branches and combines them into one, while simultaneously adding things never before seen. So footage for everything doesn't quite exist, and I promise I'm not accidentally.
A chord is a singularity. Okay, I gotta remember that word. Of course, the canonical path or whatever is not in the game. Of course, it's in a book after the game.
Combining the different branches. Fortunately, Zero's journey itself isn't all too convoluted. She simply travels
Claymore. What the fuck? Shut up.
Travels to each of her sister's kingdoms to kill them with not much story or development happening on her end. Her outlook is already set in stone. She knows that her sisters are born of the flower, and she feels like it is her responsibility to correct that mistake. If anything, it's each of her sisters' point of view that will wind up spending more time on. And that makes sense, because the flower's influence over them is slowly taking hold. The journey starts at the Land of Seas with 5. Zero displays a very ruthless act of violence against her sister, which leaves her in quite an unsavory position. Despite this, she is able to live and only taken out thanks to Dido, who has found his opportunity to betray her. He finally gets to express his disgust
Good for
with
him.
her and all of the acts he was forced to partake in
Good for him.
before joining Zero's company. Yet still, even despite this, 5 continued to live. It's the only thing she wanted in her final moments. She was willing to give up her voice, her sight, who she is. If there's one thing that has been at the core of 5's being, it's her desire and obsession with things. She was never satisfied, always wanting more. And her desire for life here gave her strength. Or it gave the flower enough strength to be reborn. But
Right.
she wouldn't play a role again until later down the line. As for 4, she's going through her own struggles. She, more than any of her sisters, wanted to stop the fighting. But because it was evident that such a dream was impossible, she began having nightmares out of fear. These nightmares persisted for quite a while, which only infuriated her more and amplified her inferiority complex. She didn't understand why this was happening to her, as she
Full of holes. That guy is really happy right now. What's his name? What's his name again? He likes holes.
She didn't understand why this was happening to her, as she's done nothing wrong to deserve it. And on top of that, Decadus wasn't comforting her or acting in the way that she wanted, which only made her more angry. She slowly devolved into a state of delusion, believing that her own followers, maids, and soldiers were plotting to kill her, which led her to preemptively killing them. She began to think everyone was a spy working for the enemy. This even extended to Decadus, and he was banished from her land. Without him there to pacify the flower's influence, 4 loses her mind and kills everyone around her.
Oh, good.
Zero and the others stumble across Decadus, where they have him lead them to her so they can put her to rest.
Damn.
After seeing the mental state she's in, Zero kills her. Before we get to 3, we actually have to first go over 2, because her story is quite a bit different and almost disconnected from the others. I mentioned in Scent segment about how he and 2 were able to fall in love.
Right.
I've been talking about how she is the most cheerful and is a motherly figure to her sisters and her subjects.
Okay.
In the aftermath of the campaign against the Lords, she and Scent began traveling the world and defeating horrific monsters together. During their journey, they came across many orphan children left behind following the aftermath. And so they opened an orphanage. 2 loved them dearly, treated them like they were her own children. They were some of her greatest responsibilities, and it catered perfectly to her personality.
Okay.
As such, Scent also tried his best to contribute in the most effective way he thought, with magic. Scent had been using 2's power of song to not only enhance their soldiers so they can better protect, but also using magic to heal the children's wounds.
Okay.
This wouldn't have been a problem if not for the unforeseen negative
Raphael.
side effects it wound up having on them.
Oh no.
Each soldier was corrupted and turned into a savage monster.
Oh.
As for the children, they were horrifically all conjoined and merged into a homunculus.
No!
Scent and 2 had to fight their way through and slaughter their own soldiers and people, as well as having to put down the innocent children that she loved, all because of an
Not the
unforeseen
homunculus.
To be fair, while Scent
Has anybody
was
seen
using the
Full Metal
magic,
Alchemist?
he had no idea it would turn out this
Oh my
way. It
God.
still originated from the Black Flower.
Me too,
after all.
Renell.
Because it was her power, 2 solely blamed herself for the incident. She took all the weight on her shoulders and she wasn't able to handle it.
No.
This event broke her mind. She was tormented by guilt and haunted by her actions. She pretty much became catatonic after this, with Sent having to look over her moving forward. But to be fair, this event wasn't the sole cause. It just so happened to be the thing that pushed her over the edge. The truth is, 2 was incredibly keen to the flowers' true nature. In the beginning, she believed her power was altruistic. She never doubted it and thought that with it, she would be able to protect her loved ones and the world would be able to find peace because of it. But
Right?
as she gained
Renown?
more power, she felt something
I
trying
thought of that
to
immediately.
take her over. She thought that it was just because she was weak and she needed to strengthen her mind. But what was really keeping her fighting against it, allowing her to stay in control, was thinking about the people she loved. Sent, the children, the people of her land. The idea of everyone coming together and being able to be with their loved ones kept her from succumbing to this entity as she fought for that future. But after she had to kill the soldiers and children with her own hands, she couldn't hold it back anymore, and the power swallowed her. Since
Jeez.
then, she never eats, she never talks, she hardly moves, she's just a shell. But regardless, Sent continued to look after her. He cared for her in whatever way he could, until one day, 2 was able to regain control. Ironically enough, as her body began to starve and became weaker, so did the power that the flower had on her.
Okay.
She was able to wrestle control back, but she now knows the dangers of the flower, believing that it should not exist. While she's still in control, she takes the moment to tell Sent that she loves him and asks that he continue living. 2 then kills herself.
Oh, wait.
This story was important to include here because Sent he continue in control. She takes the moment to tell Sent that she loves him and asks that he continue living. 2 then kills herself.
Okay, she does that because she feels like the power should not be used. Okay. Oh my god. All I'm getting is Yoko Taro needs to be more happy and less horny. Got it. Yeah. But then we wouldn't get such amazing we wouldn't get such amazing stories. He's doing something right, I think.
This story was important to include here because Sent would honor her final words. This is how he ends up in the company of Zero and the others when they go in search of 3 in the lands of Forest.
Okay.
However, before their search, Zombie 5 makes a reappearance. Having reattached all of her limbs, whatever little consciousness or understanding of hers remains was drawn to the flower's power that was resonating in the center of the forest. Dido then turns on all the characters. Like I mentioned before, he loves rotted insides and things alike. Now all of a sudden, 5 is his ideal woman and so turns to her side to please her. He summons Fanuel, however Sent interjects and summons Egregori to counter. Ultimately, 5's fate remains the same. She is once again killed by Zero, but this time permanently. As for Dido, he didn't actually use 5's power to summon his Watcher. He did that by himself, which to a disciple is a death sentence. As such, all the power is stripped from him and he is reverted back to his dove form. The same fate befalls Sent, however, he takes solace in his death.
Oh well. There's no point in living in a world without Lady 2 anyway. Now I can rest.
Wee. Okay.
3 is perhaps the sister who has been influenced by the flower the longest. Ever since infiltrating Lord Bass's castle and seeing the dolls that he made from human bone as well as the monstrosities that he created in his catacombs, 3 developed a similar interest. It wasn't exactly the same, but she became obsessed with creating dolls and the perfect soldier. She performed repeated experiments which involved both human and monster alike. She physically and mentally tortured them, hoping to find the secrets of what would make them the most powerful. Nearly every experiment broke, but she eventually learned that emotions were the true source of a human's power. So she murdered and tortured the loved ones of her experiments and watched as they grew resentful. She then fused them into becoming powerful monsters. She took utter delight in her sadistic and sociopathic hobby. It was the only time
she's like that
she
man from the
wasn't
beginning,
or lazy and showed genuine excitement. Nearly everyone didn't approve of 3's hobby. 1 disavowed it and may have even perhaps poisoned 3's forest as a method of trying to get her to stop. And Octa, well, it kind of made him uncomfortable, and on top of that, his sexual needs weren't being met, so he abandoned her to join Zero. It's why he was with everyone during their battle with 5. Octa then leads the group to 3. During their battle, Decadus summons his Watcher to assist Zero.
Hojo would love this
Similarly,
kid.
with his Intoner dead, performing such an
Literally.
action comes at the cost of his human form, and he is reverted back to a dove.
Goodbye.
After everything is said and done, Mikhail eats 3. All that remains is 1, so the characters all head to Cathedral City. Considering this is where things are supposed to come to an end, Zero tells Mikhail that if she succeeds, she wants him to kill her, thus putting an end to the flower. On the path to 1, Octa would suffer the same fate as all of the other disciples. He uses his power to assist Zero, thus resulting in his death. 1 and Zero then come face to face once more.
Of course.
They exchange a brief conversation about their existence. 1 still holds true to her sense of justice. While she may have learned that she and her sisters are artificial lives, that doesn't take...
Sorry, guys. Sent is Liam O'Brien. Okay, there you go, Navely. Who else was he a voice actor for? I'm really bad with like voice actor names. That's probably the best possible ending for 5 and 5's boy. Yeah. Literally. Goodbye. Fly off. He was also he was Grimoire Vice. Wait. I need to remember that name because I think you guys have told me that name before. Oh my god. And then he's also the pod, right? In Automata. Automata. I've been saying it wrong. Hi, Spy Guy. I know it's okay. It's okay. We're an hour and 6. We're only an hour and 6 minutes into this 6.5 hour video. We're still in Drakengard 3. Whoa. Wait. Drakengard. Hold on. Where does it end? Oh, I think we're almost at the end of. Project Gestalt. He's with Critical Role. I've never watched Critical Role, but I kind of would love to. The only D&D experience I have though is Baldur's Gate 3, but I really love like the lore and stuff from that. Yeah, no worries for hopping in late. The VOD will still be there. He was also the antagonist in Final Fantasy 13 2. Oh my god. Well, one day when I eventually get to Final Fantasy 13, I'll be in the know. Okay. Good to know, guys. Looking all kinds of shit. Okay. Let's keep going. Let's back up a little bit because I'm
about their existence.
being distracted.
1 still holds true to her sense of justice. While she may have learned that she and her sisters are artificial lives, that doesn't take anything away from their soul.
He's Gaara in Naruto? What? Really? That's crazy. Oh, I guess when I did watch Naruto, which was very briefly, it was only the Japanese voice actor though, but
They were living beings who thought, felt, and acted. Just because Zero brought them into the world doesn't mean that she had the right to take them out of it.
Oh,
this
common
is why
theme?
1 hates her so much.
Common
but
theme?
Zero knew that her actions were not moral, and she was never looking for forgiveness since the very beginning. This path was just something she had to do. 1 then summons Abdiel, but ultimately, after its defeat, she summons Raphael. After having discovered the poison in the Land of Forests,
Raphael, the
she
Ninja
got
Turtle.
the idea to use it to weaken Zero and Mikhail. Zero was quite taken aback by this action. Summoning not only 1, but 2 Watchers without the aid of a disciple and not succumbing to the flower's influence was a frightening amount of power. But like Abdiel, Raphael is also defeated. But fortunately for 1, the poison had done quite a number
sounds
on
like
Mikhail. And finally,
Shadow
in
Lord.
response, 1 summons Gabriel to finish things off. The moment gets quite passionate between 1 and 0. 1 has known for some time that the life she's being forced to lead is inevitably going to lead to death. She's kept searching for an answer that made sense as to why it had to be this way, but never found it. The 2 then activate their power of song and rush at each other, but Zero wins the duel. She impales one and slashes through her, killing both her last remaining sister as well as Gabriel. The two did have a pact after all, which entwined their lives.
Fuck.
But it wasn't over just yet. Gabriel had managed to deal a fatal blow to Mikhail before dying, which left his lifeless body in the aftermath. Zero was uncharacteristically saddened by this sight. Seeing his body made her reflect on their entire journey, not only what they had been through, but also her own life. For all the people she had betrayed in her lifetime, for how she never truly trusted anyone, it wasn't until Michael and subsequently Mikhail came along where she could finally place her trust in someone else. For the first time, she wanted someone other than herself to actually live. As she grieved over Mikhail's corpse, she began blaming the flower for everything. But amongst her rage, she got the idea that perhaps she could use the flower's regenerative ability, which brought her back to life, to bring him back as well. She knew it was wrong, as using the flower to resurrect Mikhail would place the same curse that she lived with on him. But she didn't care. She wasn't acting on logic, she was acting on her own
She didn't give a
feelings.
fuck.
And so with the flower, Zero forged a pact. In exchange for his renewed life, he will be cursed with the flower.
We need to stop forging pacts.
Returns and is brought back.
Oh no.
But the reunion is short-lived. While she isn't looking, Brother One finally reveals himself and stabs her.
I forgot
Zero's
already.
plan completely backfired, as saving Mikhail combined their lives into one. So since Zero is killed, so is Mikhail.
Well,
in her final moments, she simply just tries to apologize to him. But regardless, she knew it was the end for her. She knew that no matter how she felt, whether she was forgiven or saved, it was the end.
Damn.
And in the end, everything always returns to nothing.
Wow. What happens to brother one? Guess we'll find out. All right. Drakengard. This is the first one.
With the death of Zero and his life goal fulfilled, Brother One lost all
1,000
purpose
to
and meaning to
1099,
his existence. His sister's plan for him was to originally kill himself using his blade, thus putting an end to the flower's influence forever. However, what winds up happening is that Brother One panics. He grieves over the loss of his sister, only wishing to see her again. After catching a glimpse of himself inside a nearby mirror, he sees her still alive. Considering they are twins, in this case, they share the same clothes, face, and even body. In his mind, she was still alive. He wanted her to continue living on, and so through him, he intended on doing so. Instead of killing himself, to make sure his sister's memory lived on, he formed the Cult of the Watchers and created an entire religion dedicated to worshipping his sister. The symbol which represented their cult was the three-eyed twins, a combination of one and his sister merged together. In fact, twins would become a very common theme throughout this timeline, but you'll see as time goes on. But anyway, without any of the intoners there to rule the kingdoms and lands they had brought peace to, terror and poverty once again began to plague the continent. More ferocious monsters began appearing, and Midgard began falling into ruin once more. A lot of the story directly follows the cult itself. One of the most important things they discover is what is known as the Seeds of Destruction. They are, once again, one of God's playthings meant to help in the destruction of humanity. Anything that enters the seed will be turned into a horrifying creature hell-bent on ending the world. In order to protect humanity from this danger, the cult designed a security measure known as the seal system. 4 seals were created and scattered throughout the continent. 3 of them reside in their own respective land, the desert, forest, and ocean seals respectively. But the 4th seal is embodied by a woman. The goddess seal is a chosen mark which spontaneously appears on a chosen female, and it becomes her job to bear the weight of that responsibility on her own shoulders.
Oh, damn.
Once found by the priests, a sealing ritual will be performed on her, tying the weight of time, space, and dimension to her existence.
Oh.
As a price, the goddess is never allowed to marry or give birth. And
Okay.
on top of all of that,
Here we go with the birth again. When did this game come out, guys? When did Drakengard 1 come out? No pressure. Oh. No birth for you. Birth for everybody else. Notice that map is Europe upside down and back to front. Is it? PS2 era? Oh, damn. Early 2000s. Wait, that's crazy. Sorry guys, my eyes are like freaking bothering me all of a sudden. I was gonna say something. 2003. Okay, good to know. Yeah, about the map, which I did not notice that it was Europe, but they did say at the very, very beginning that this world was originally our world, and then the cathedral, like out of freaking nowhere, just like resurrected. And the cathedral is from the year 6000 or whatever, so maybe that's why the map looks like Europe. I don't know.
that they are in constant pain afflicted by the seal. As a result, most goddesses attempt to commit suicide. We won't spend too much time discussing many of the goddesses, as most of them aren't very important, but there are a few of them which have a lasting impact. The second goddess, for example, was a very controversial one. She was one's former aide, which made her obtaining the status of goddess questionable in the eyes of many. As such, a civil war within the hierarchy of the cult broke out, and one was exiled. A rift then formed within the cult. One was very much like his sister and wanted to help the world in many ways, hence why he locked away the Seed of Destruction. But of course, most of his efforts simply went to remembering her legacy. Now, having been pushed out, the cult formed new ideologies. However, this all stemmed because of one specific reason. A new disease began manifesting within members of the cult. The victims' eyes would turn scarlet red. They became uncontrollable and violent, almost as if possessed by an evil spirit. This became known as the Red Eye disease. In truth,
this is what you were saying earlier,
Brother One. More specifically, the flower, which still lives on within him. He never killed himself, and so the flower continues to wreak havoc. The Red Eye disease was a byproduct of the flower's existence, and now through it can spread easier and further to others as well.
How is it spreading?
In the beginnings of this, the cult took quite a hit. Monsters and disease were plaguing their bases and numbers, and so after a bit of regrouping and centralizing within Cathedral City, expanding their land control and replenishing their ranks, they became known as the Empire. But in response to this,
of course they were known
hundreds
as
of
the
small
Empire.
provinces which were against them formed a coalition called the Union. Basically, the Empire are the villains, cult of the Watchers infected by the Red Eye disease, while the Union are the normal and innocent civilians. The story would once again continue with Brother One,
is
particularly his bloodline. You see, after being exiled, One had met a woman named Rosa from the land of Forest, and they wound up having children together. Twins, Gruen and Grant. Despite One's expulsion, the two were still able to join the cult high command, but it's not too important. From this point moving forward,
this could be just me seeing something that isn't there, but Midgard, aside from G, is a perfect anagram of Madrid, capital of Spain, where Cathedral City is located. Wait. Oh. It's like a dual meaning, maybe, because Midgard is obviously like Norse mythology too, but very interesting. This could be the start of a Final Fantasy game, bro. I know, I see a lot of similarities.
Brother One disappears. We never see him again, and he makes no further appearances in the...
Oh, okay. Goodbye. Okay, so I just find it so funny that he literally started this cult in memory of his sister. And then they just fucking kicked him out. And they just kicked his ass out. And he was never seen again. Classic.
current timeline that we're following.
Oh, this
what
timeline.
happened to him is unknown and left up to the imagination.
Okay.
Anyway, the reason I brought up One's bloodline is because his kids would go on to have families of their own and form a whole family tree until we got to our next important character to the story. Brother One's great-great-granddaughter, Mana. You see, Mana's story involves her twin brother Saray and their mother Ramia.
Lots of
Ramia
twins.
treated her children in complete opposite ways. She heaped love upon Saray but despised and abused Mana.
Oh.
The reason for this being is they come from a generation of golem sorcerers, and Saray showed the gift to control these stone guardians, while Mana didn't, so she despised her useless child. One day, she wound up taking Mana into the wilderness and abandoned her there. In this moment of weakness, she was found by the Watchers, who promised to love her as she always wanted. All she had to do was give up her heart and soul to be completely controlled by them, which she did. The Watchers were now in control of a vessel which descended directly from a host of the Flower. In the following months, she is found by the Empire and made their high priestess, and this is where the cult's goals truly change.
Scary looking.
Instead of trying to perpetuate the legacy of one sister and protect the world, now that the Watchers are in charge of and have an army which is infected with their disease, they intend to undo the seals the cult had put in place. The Seed of Destruction was rebranded as the Seed of Resurrection, and they perpetuated the idea that this will save humanity.
Oh no.
The Empire then locates the seal's locations, as well as the goddess, which has now fallen under Union territory over time. I haven't really mentioned this, but the whole seal system and the Seed of Destruction story became widely accepted by everyone. It just, over time, the Empire decided to go against it. And so, the Empire readied their armies to launch a full-blown assault to destroy humanity. While this is where the first drakengard starts, there's still a little bit of backstory I need to cover regarding our new group of main characters.
Oh my god, okay.
Kaim, Footy-Eye, and Inuart are our three new primary characters.
Whoa, what are their names? I'm so sorry.
Kaim, Footy-Eye, and Inuart are our...
Okay, Kaine? Wait. Footy-Eye?
Kaim, Footy-Eye, and
Footy-Eye.
Inuart are our three new primary characters, and fortunately their stories are all connected to each other.
Oh, good.
You see, Kaim and Footy-Eye are the children of King Gap, the 8th king of Carleon, a small eastern kingdom part of the Union. Gap came from a lineage of advanced swordsmen, whose teachings have been passed down for generations. He was well respected amongst damn near everyone for his charisma and fierce tactics on the battlefield. He often didn't need to wage war, as the land they were on was capable of supporting his people and he didn't want to put them at risk, but when he did, his charisma often caused his enemies to defect to his side. One former enemy was Ipris, Inuart's father, who in modern day Gap trusts as a true friend. Gap was always aware of the Empire's growing influence, however hesitated to start a war with them due to their overwhelming numbers. Instead, what he spent his time doing was training Kaim to be his successor. He taught him, as well as Inuart, the family swordsmanship. Kaim picked it up very naturally and took a lot of pride in his strength, while Inuart struggled to keep up during the lessons. As Kaim grew stronger and stronger each day with his skills sharpening more and more, Inuart failed to keep the same pace. In fact, he was trying too hard to be just like Kaim.
This will be a point of contention.
He wound up finding himself to be much more attuned to that of the harp and music. He was much more poetic than he was a brute, and so found success in this aspect of his life.
Yeah, that's
but
fine.
Still striving to be strong so he could protect the love of his life, Footy-Eye. Footy-Eye I haven't really been talking about because at this point in her life, she doesn't have too much going on. Being the younger sister of Kaim, the two had a very close relationship, as you'd expect most siblings would. Kaim thought his little sister was adorable, however she had deeper feelings. I feel like it's important to mention that all of the main characters of Drakengard 1 have a pretty nasty trait about them one way or the other, so expect things to take a turn with everyone eventually. Footy-Eye has an incestual love for her brother. While he never reciprocated those emotions back to her, fortunately, Kaim wouldn't have to, because since Inuart's father was so close to King Gap, Inuart spent a lot of time around the two siblings. The three were really close, and before anyone knew it, Furiai and Inuart caught feelings for each other. She loved his harp playing and always badgered him to play it. It wasn't too long before the two became engaged. However, despite this, Furiai still holds strong feelings towards her brother. There was a calming harmony amongst everything happening at this time. There was some slight drama, but things were
Game
simple.
of Thrones?
However, things changed on Kaim's 18th birthday. A black
Guys, I really quickly, I need to know who here is learning about the drakengard lore at the same time as me. I know some of you know it already, but anybody here learning it with me in real time? I'm just like, I just keep being shocked. You? Okay. This is so fun, but like also, what the fuck? We need to go back to Replicant to save you. I know. I'm wishing for simpler times when we were just murdering goats. Like, please.
dragons sent by the Empire attacked their kingdom and slaughtered the royal family.
A dragon? Is that what they
Both
said?
Kaim and his sister bore witness to the death of their parents. In an instant, the kingdom of Carleon was without its leaders, and it wasn't too long before the country fully collapsed. In many stories, an event like this would be the deepest valley of darkness in which our characters must rise out from. However, this was only the beginning of even worse things to come.
Oh, great.
1 year after the tragedy, Kaim, Furiai, and Inuart had fled the country. The mark of the goddess had appeared on a 14-year-old Furiai at the time, and she became the goddess seal. Accepting this fate meant that she had to give up everything. She was to be locked away in isolation for protection.
Okay,
never.
Good. Get her away from her brother. Please. I know most of the stuff from Drakengard ending E onwards as it pertains to NieR, but this is all new. Okay. Okay, good. I'm glad that some of you guys are learning this with me. It's still shocking the second time. I don't think it'll ever not be shocking, to be fair. I missed the times when xenophobia and animal genocide was the only thing we had to worry about. Yeah, this is the bar is in hell. The bar is actually in hell.
Able to see her brother again or get married to her betrothed. But there was nothing she could do.
Yeah.
The seal is not accepted by choice. Whether she liked it or not,
it always gets
she
weird.
Was the new goddess. Her life was now void of any joy she
that
had
sucks,
hoped to have.
though.
She was placed in the care of Vertile, the hierarch of the Union Church. It was his job to overlook the goddesses and ensure their protection. He's not too bad and is dedicated to his job and feels much sympathy for her, as you can tell that she's much too empty for someone of her age.
He's not
to
too
be fair,
bad.
her worries weren't as extreme as she feared. Both Kaim and Inuart could stop by and see her on occasion, and Inuart would play the harp for everyone. However, the joy that it used to bring never quite was the same. Kaim's condition, however, wasn't much better. The past him lived a relatively happy life full of dreams. He was surrounded by his strict yet caring father, his kind mother, and his lovely young sister. He trained with Inuart, who was supposed to become his brother-in-law, and when he was old enough, he was to succeed his father in governance of the kingdom. But after the Black Dragon attack,
that face is
he was
cracking
left
me up.
with nothing. He closed off his heart and filled it with anger. Now, revenge is the only thing driving him. He strives for daily combat so he can kill his opponents with ruthless aggression, and joining the Union and fighting against the Empire, the exact people responsible for his anger, was the perfect outlet for murder. And that is Kaim's sin. He does not care for revenge or justice. He is simply angry, out for blood, and looking to kill. As for
Makes
Inuart,
sense for now.
His dreams were also lost. Once Furiai became the goddess, the two were no longer able to be together. His harp playing wasn't enough to put anyone in a good mood anymore. Everyone was left empty in a future they wish they could have changed. In the following years, Inuart joined the Union Army, and thanks to his sword practice he had with Kaim, he was very useful in this environment.
Okay, that's good.
But the woman he loved the most, he could never be with. And 6 years later, As the emptiness has swelled within each of our characters respectively, we reach the start of Drakengard 1.
Oh. Oh, that was all before. Okay.
Drakengard's story opens with the Empire initiating their plan to destroy the seals and attacking the castle protecting Furiae. Kaim, alongside Union soldiers, are fighting against the Red-Eyed forces. Kaim particularly is slashing his way through them with terrifying ease, using his insatiable hatred to drive him forward. But despite his fiery will to kill every adversary that stands in his way, his time comes much sooner than he had expected. He is struck in the back by a nearby soldier and gravely wounded. Recognizing he's now on death's doorstep, he retreats back into the castle to see Furiae once more before he dies. But on his path, he comes face to face with Angelus, the Red Dragon. She too has seen better days and is similarly on her deathbed as well. While Kaim continues to despise dragons for the death of his parents, he is more motivated to continue on living. So, to save both of their lives, he decides to form a pact with the dragon.
Here we go with the pact.
If you recall, during Drakengard 3, pacts weren't often used. Pacts are a contract between human and beast in which
they seem to be used quite often. This is now like the third or fourth pact. I guess in the grand scheme of things, that's not a lot, but
the human gains some kind of supernatural power, but must pay some price. In most cases, it is that which the human holds most dear. On top of this, pact partners' lives become one. If either of them is fatally injured, it means death for both. Kaim resorted to forming a pact with the species he despised the most, but it was the only option for both of them. Kaim and Angelus are both healed, and the price for this pact was Kaim's voice. He is no longer able to speak, but fortunately, he is able to communicate with Angelus telepathically.
That reminds me of JJK.
With his newfound strength, he proceeds further into the castle where he is greeted by his sister and Inuart. With a war raging across the land and an army right at their doorstep, the three find it safest to take refuge in an elven village which has taken no sides in this battle. However, upon their arrival, all of its people have been slaughtered by the Empire. Angelus then hears the voice of Vertile, as he too had formed a pact with a beast in history's past.
Do you see what I mean?
Being the guardian of the seals, Inuart and Furiae find it the safest to join his company. Kaim and Angelus, however, choose to stay and investigate further. What they find are ominous connections between the cult and Empire, which the Union just doesn't know about. When a villager approaches him begging to save the people of his village, Kaim kicks the man in the face, before heading in that direction, not to save the lives of the innocent, but to take the lives of the Empire. The direction he was headed was to the Valley of Fairies, where our next party member is located, Leonard. Leonard is a kind-hearted and righteous man who detests
all the cool kids are making pacts.
Both of his parents were killed in the battle between the Empire and the Union, and was thus left to raise his three younger brothers all by himself. However, like Kaim, Furiae, and many others in the story we've still yet to meet, Leonard isn't without his wicked nature.
Of course.
He is, in the simplest of terms, a pedophile.
Oh my god!
To young
I
children.
fucking knew that was coming. I knew that was coming. Like, oh, look at him with these three children. I literally can't. The way he said that was so good.
We've still yet to meet, Leonard isn't without his wicked nature. He is, in the simplest of terms, a pedophile. He is attracted to young children and shamefully pleasures himself to them. While he, to a certain extent, recognizes the deplorable actions he indulges himself in, he struggles internally with this, as he also believes he should be proud of his sexual preferences. Regardless, he punished himself by becoming a hermit living deep inside the Valley of Fairies with his younger brothers. His sexual urges still do get the best of him on occasion, and so he'll leave the house to masturbate in the forest. On one such occasion, while he was out, the Empire arrived at his home and massacred his family. He arrived at the corpses of
This bit of lore about him is literally only there as an excuse for why he was out of the house, so that they could come and burn down the house. That is literally the, like, it's a plot device to murder his children or whatever. Like, that's what that was. It's not? Oh, it is deeper than that? Okay. Sorry. I was like, what is the point of this?
Those he loved most. He thought he should have been the one to die, as he was the true sinner deserving of death. Filled with self-guilt, he tries to take his own life, but fails. A nearby fairy then takes advantage of Leonard's grief and forges a pact with him. I didn't mention this prior.
Had I not paused it right there, I would have learned more. Also, did you just say another pact? Pacts are not pacts. Forming a pact is rare, guys. It's rare.
Takes advantage of Leonard's grief and forges a pact with him. I didn't mention this prior, but the monster in a pact will often gain strength through negative emotion. So monsters will often seek those in an extreme heightened state of sadness or trauma. The price for Leonard's pact was his eyes. Kaim senses a pact partner nearby and arrives at the location where the two meet. Leonard inevitably decides to join Kaim, as perhaps dying for a greater cause could absolve him of his sins. Kaim then loses contact with Vertile, whom he had entrusted Footy-Eye and Inuart to, and so, concerned for their safety, the group make their way to the desert. When he arrives, he is greeted by his sister, who is fortunately safe, but alone. It turns out Inuart and Vertile had been captured by the Empire and taken to a dungeon, and so Kaim and the others fly off once more to rescue them. However, unfortunately for Inuart, his feelings are turned against him. When it comes to Inuart's greatest sin, deep down within, he has always harbored jealousy towards Kaim, since Footy-Eye is meant to be his betrothed, but she loves her brother. And on top of that, Kaim is always the better swordsman, so Inuart wants to be the best so he can protect Footy-Eye. He is tormented and brainwashed by Mana, as his insecurities and obsessive love for Footy-Eye are turned against him, and he swears allegiance to the Empire. In the meantime, Kaim and Leonard arrive at the Imperial Dungeon, where only Vertile resides. After burning every soldier alive in sight, all of the prisoners, including Vertile, escape. He has since learnt that the Empire's goal is to summon the Seeds of Resurrection, and so urges Kaim to defend the seals to the best of his ability. Unfortunately, the Desert Seal has already been broken by the time they arrive. Instead, what they find is our next main character, Ariosh. Before the Empire, Ariosh was an ordinary, beautiful housewife living in the village of Niflheim. But like most, she suffered loss when the Imperial army arrived and slaughtered her husband and son. Such tragedy wrought havoc on both her heart and mind. Madness dwells in her eyes, and she bursts into sudden laughter during the middle of her screams as if she were remembering something. Her insanity brought her to develop a twisted sense of protection. She would both murder and devour young children. In her mind, she thought that by doing so, she could protect them within her womb. After numerous bloody incidents like this occurred, she was eventually
that's how
taken in by
anatomy
the
works.
Imperial army and thrown
I can
in
fix
jail.
her.
That was until Kaim arrived and broke everyone out. But unlike Vertile, who escaped unharmed, Ariosh was greatly injured in the prison's destruction. On the brink of death, the spirits of Undine and Salamander approached her to form a pact. Like the others, she too possesses strong negative emotions they can use to become more powerful, and so with no other choice, she accepted to save her own life. The price was her womb. Like last time, the group senses a pact partner nearby and runs into her.
Damn you,
Their first
Sephiroth!
interaction is certainly an odd one, as she
This is
tries
all
to keep
Sephiroth's
Kaim
fault.
alive as there are no children around. But Vertile restrains her and chooses to bring her along for her safety and the safety of others. Everyone eventually regroups with Footy-Eye to discuss their next plan of action, but during this time, Inuart appears with newfound power.
Okay, we have an ad coming really shortly, like in a minute on Twitch. Also, I just want to say, for anyone who like loves drakengard here, I hope it doesn't come across like I'm just shitting on it. I think it's like, I feel like there's a lot of like really interesting shit here. Some of it, I'm just I can't like, and it's just too funny. Like the pact thing. You get a pact. You get a pact. Everybody gets a pact. Oh my god, it's just like having birth, just backwards. Exactly. Exactly. It does sound like a shit post. Like some of it is just actually like, what do you mean? What do you mean? All right, I'm gonna let this ad roll. I might actually go grab some water too. So give me like 3 minutes, guys, okay? 3 minis. Okay. Okay. Wow, this ad is still going. These fucking 3-minute ads are so long. I love this song. Okay, we'll wait a little bit. I have a snack while we watch. How's everybody doing? Are we enjoying the video? I'm having a blast. There's so much lore too. It's crazy. And I can't wait. I can't wait to see how this all connects with NieR. I'm already like sensing some things that will probably be related, but so how's everyone doing? Yeah, how are we holding up? Having a blast, but may need therapy after. No, literally. I will be processing this video for the next week, probably. Why? Okay, we'll put the replicant music away for now. All right, we ready? Are we ready to continue? We continue. Continue. Or this cannot continue. That's what I kind of feel like saying. Okay. Let's get back to it, guys.
Having been corrupted by the Empire in an effort to attain strength to become more powerful than Kaim, Inuart had formed a pact with the
Ooh,
Black
I'm
Dragon.
excited.
The same Black Dragon that killed Kaim's parents and is the source of all of his anger and torment. The price for Inuart's pact was his musical talents. With this strength, he can now protect Footy-Eye like he's always wanted, whether she likes it or not.
Oh my god.
Sensing something is not right with his friend, Kaim stands against him. His instincts would prove to be correct, as the two then clash in a battle with their blades.
This is
The
sad.
two dragons both fight each other as well, and when Kaim is knocked to the ground, he recognizes the Black Dragon. All of the anger he has gathered in the 6 years since well up, and he is ready to take it all out. But before he gets the
he's
chance,
ready.
the dragon blasts both he and Angelus with fire, heavily wounding both of them. Unable to move, they are forced to watch Inuart take Footy-Eye by force as he flies away. With that, the Empire is now in possession of the Goddess Seal.
Whoa.
After a few days of rest and recovery, Kaim is ready once more to save his sister. On the path towards the Empire territory, we meet Mana's twin brother, Sarai. I've already briefly covered the two's backstory, so there's not too much new information. I've talked about how their mother only loved Sarai as he inherited the ability to control stone guardians, but mostly left it at that. While Sarai did love his mother as she treated him well, as the story goes, the Empire wound up slaughtering many people during their tirade, and Sarai's mother was one of them. In her dying moments, she forced her child to form a pact with a golem to save his life. Originally, these monsters are non-sentient and unthinking tools meant to be manipulated by stone sorcerers such as...
I'm getting a lot of Dragon Age vibes. Partially like how it looks, like the combat and everything, but also the golems and stuff like that. Aren't you tired of all this harping on? Oh my god, but the series has something with terrible brothers saving their sisters. I know, what is that? Yoko Taro, are you trying to tell us something?
Them. But his mother's dying wish gifted this particular golem with sorrow. The price Sarai was forced to pay was his time, his ability to age. Fortunately, his mother's actions worked, and he was the only surviving member of their village.
We love the not aging aspect too. That's like a big thing.
Sarai felt guilty for consuming his mother's affection, and so sought to make amends. He was hoping Mana was still near where their mother last left her, and so went out to try and find her. And this is where Kaim and his group come in and cross paths with him, while everyone agrees to try.
Good night, Clayvord. Thanks for hanging out. Wow, early night, huh? Well, it's probably so late for you. But thanks for hanging out. Have a good night.
Try and help, no trace of Mana remains, unbeknownst that she is now the Empire's High Priestess. Anyway, eventually all seals get broken, excluding Footy-Eye. And so, in a last-ditch effort to prevent the apocalypse, both the Union and Empire's armies meet on the battlefield in front of the Empire's gates. An all-out war commences, with new monstrous Cyclopses appearing and causing utter mayhem. Eventually, however, the Union emerges victorious as all of the enemies are slain. But just when they thought it was over, fireballs from a floating fortress demolish the battlefield, and the Union's army is also lost.
Oh my god!
For the safety of Footy-Eye more than ever, the group then make their way into the fortress, where instead of finding the goddess, they run into Mana. She's so much different from the girl Sarai used to know, he almost doesn't recognize her. Seeing the state that she's in, he begs her to notice him and return to how she used to be, but to no avail. Recognizing that both her mind and humanity is gone, and she is merely a puppet being used by the Watchers, Sarai has Golem put her out of her misery. But without Mana, the floating fortress is unable to stay in the sky, as she was the one magically keeping it afloat. Having to look out for themselves, Kaim and the others barely manage to escape with their lives, but inside were still the likes of Furiai and Inuar. Their story comes to an abrupt end, as being inside the fortress when it crashes, both of their lives are lost.
Oh shit.
In an indirect way, Kaim does get his revenge on the Black Dragon, as being pact partners with Inuart now, since he died, so did the dragon. With the last seal having fallen with Furiai, the world's destruction can commence and the Watchers can invade their world. While they can take on many forms, this time around they appear as giant flying babies. Kaim attempts to kill as many of them as he can, but they keep coming. As for the likes of Vertile, he is horrified as to what he is witnessing.
Silly.
For a man who has dedicated his entire life to religion, what god could he pray to now? All attempts to escape, let alone survive, seem impossible at this point, as they are soon cornered.
But of course!
Ariel is separated from the group, as the sight of so many babies excites her beyond her wildest imaginations. Almost as if they knew her tendencies, she is swarmed and devoured herself. As for Leonard, he has chosen to try and redeem himself. His entire life, he's been nothing but a coward, unable to do what he knew was the right thing. And so for the first and last time, he uses his pact partner's magic and self-destructs in a massive explosion. But while an opening for them to continue has been made, an even greater Watcher has appeared.
Oh my
She is
god.
known as the Queen Beast and is able to both summon other Watchers, but can also warp time itself.
Okay.
Simply being there, she is eroding time and
What am I looking at right
now? Her
now?
stomach is swelling due to how much she is consuming and tearing apart. And so Kaim and Angelus decide that if they're going to go out, it might as well be in a blaze of glory. They leave behind Sarai, hoping that he can live in a future that they won't be able to see. And so the two plunge down and pierce the heart of the beast, resulting in a flash of white light engulfing them all. A chasm then splits through time and space, and the three of them are sent to a new universe. 2003 modern Tokyo. In the same vein that the universe we were living in during Drakengard was exactly like ours up until 865, in this parallel universe, the world was exactly the same as ours, only up until the year 2003. While Kaim and Angelus are flustered as to where they've wound up, the Queen still lives, and so deal with that first. After a fearsome battle, the Queen Beast falls and disintegrates, dispersing its particles all over Japan. Unfortunately, the victory of Kaim and Angelus will be short-lived, as the Japanese Air Force then shoot the two down, killing them. Angelus's body would get impaled upon the Tokyo Tower and eventually taken in for research. As for Kaim, he is never referenced again after being shot down. Some like to believe he survived and would go on to participate in this next arc of the story, but considering their lives were entwined from their pact, most canonically it is assumed that he died and his corpse is never mentioned. As for what happened to the Drakengard universe, no one knows. But this is how the bridge between Drakengard and NieR is formed. I cannot stress more the importance the bodies of Angelus and the Queen Beast are going to present.
Okay, I wanted to say that I remember doing the Forest of Myth in Replicant, and we're literally reading a memory of a dragon like falling from the sky. So I feel like we'll see if this is the link or not, but
as they are the source of everything that is about to happen.
Let's go. Oh, this art is so pretty.
June 12th, 2003 is the day this world changed forever. You'd imagine the shock that befell the nation of Japan when an unidentified giant as well as a dragon appeared in the middle of Shinjuku, leading to the death of 56, with hundreds injured and hundreds of millions of yen worth of damages.
It's so true, Prussia.
While both threats were neutralized, it was a much too large scale of an incident to simply
classic
sweep under
victim
the rug.
blaming.
A gag order was established to attempt and prevent all media, news, or internet coverage of what happened to spread, but of course it did. Soon the entire world began theorizing as to what this event possibly was. Other nations mostly believed it was an act of terrorism by some unknown organization and began planning accordingly, as they always do. But for the most part, it was just chaos and confusion left in the wake of this incident. As stated, the situation largely resolved itself. The giant was defeated and dispersed, leaving little, if any, traces left behind of its physical existence, while Angelus the Red Dragon was shot down, impaled upon Tokyo Tower, and subsequently taken in for research in a top-secret location by the Japanese government. But a mere 6 months after the incident, a new disease began emerging. Residents within Tokyo, the location where the 612 incident took place, began turning into salt. Their entire body changed colors, solidified, and people simply turned into statues of pure salt. The mortality rate was 100%. Due to the nature in which everything appears, the disease was dubbed white chlorination syndrome. And it wasn't too long after cases like this began appearing that a rush to find a cure started as well. But as the numbers of infected patients began rising, doctors began seeing an alternate response. Some of the infected became hyper-aggressive and violent. They don't turn into statues of salt, but their mental state is reduced to that of a savage. It was almost exactly the same as the red-eye disease, and that's because it was. A mutation of it you can consider.
It was.
As you might
remember the old guy that said the world became a metropolis of salt? Yes, he did. This is crazy. Oh, I love this. I'm obsessed.
Expect white chlorination syndrome was not as simple as people's immune systems reacting negatively.
Is that what the snow is? At the beginning of Replicant? It's people?
To a foreign object. Rather, it was much, much more complicated. Yes, the disease was stemming from the Queen Beast, but the reaction those infected were having wasn't a coincidence. What was truly happening here is that due to the Queen's origin as a watcher and servant of God trying to destroy the world, the Maso, the magical element that's present within these creatures, is spreading and getting into the systems of these humans. The humans infected would be presented with a pact. They can either accept the pact and serve God in his goal to destroy humanity, becoming nothing more than a mindless savage, or reject it and die. It's evident which people took which option. Many aren't so willing to simply give up their lives, and so they became servants of God. The Japanese government was quick to pinpoint where exactly all of this was stemming from, not that it was hard to figure out, and so planned to cordon off Shinjuku. This was initially a very questionable decision by the larger public as a whole due to humanitarian reasons. That was until a key figure was killed by one of these berserked individuals. After that, everyone approved of sealing off the city. An immense wall dubbed the Wall of Jericho was erected, and they were officially sealed off from the rest of the world. A few members of media stayed behind to continue covering the event from within, however, it didn't take long, in fact mere days after its construction, until all transmissions ceased. The last thing they saw was a giant white creature appearing.
Renown.
Just like that, the outside world lost all insight into what was happening within the walls, and so had to simply observe the situation from a distance. Over the next 4 years, they would continuously keep a close eye on anything they could. An inexplicable dark spot appeared on a satellite photograph, but it is for some reason disregarded as not important. One of the more immediate threats the Japanese government had to repel was the attack they underwent when some group attempted to obtain Angelus's corpse. This entire time, they've been experimenting on it in their labs, learning all they can, so it's understandably an item of interest for many people. But the Japanese forces successfully repel this raid and keep the dragon's corpse safe for now. One of the other observations they made during this time was the dwindling number of berserked individuals. Over the years, they began making less and less noise and weren't as prominent of a threat as when things started. But this wasn't by coincidence, and to the dismay of the entire world, it wouldn't be for good reasons either. They were becoming smarter and more dangerous than they ever were. The white figure that was last seen before all media coverage stopped entirely was now the form the infected took. They were no longer just raging humans, they were becoming a collective unit, and they were being led. These white beings would become known as the Legion, and their leader is someone aptly named Red-Eye.
Okay.
We never truly know who Red-Eye is, as he's only ever referred to by that name. Fans love to theorize that it's actually...
Do we know where this lore comes from? Usually he says, like, is it from the manga? Like, what's it from? That's crazy. This is actually crazy. It is all coming together. My mind is blown. I could sense, like, from early on that this was going to have something to do with the white chlorination syndrome. This is crazy. It's so good.
Time, as we're never updated on what happened to his body after being shot down. But nothing ever suggests that that's the truth and is 100% a theory. Either way, under his leadership, the Legion is a major threat to the military. And in 2008, the Wall of Jericho is destroyed from the inside. Red-Eye and the Legion launch a full-on assault, killing everyone they can. The moment the wall fell sounds like the ones heard during the 612 incident echo once again. Counter-assaults are launched against the Legion, however, due to their unforeseen organization and natural resistance to weapons used on them, they are incredibly difficult to halt. Of course, due to the location of where this is all stemming from, regions within Japan bear the brunt of the chaos. Casualties increase, white chlorination syndrome continues to spread once more, thus increasing the Legion numbers, and several countries around the world bar any refugees seeking safety as they don't want the infection to spread. Because of this, in 2009, Japan began feeling very vulnerable from a military defense standpoint, and so
I'm wondering if the Berserk people, because I'm just trying to process like who the Gestalts are now. Like I guess I'll find out, but you have people either turning into salt or you have people going berserk. But like they were becoming like a hive mind is what it sounds like, right? Are they the Gestalts? I don't know. Time to go touch grass. All right, Red. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have fun. Most near reincarnation. Oh, okay, that would make sense then. CD dramas. Okay, I'll find out. Okay, I'm excited.
Formed an alliance with the United States. In exchange for their assistance, Legion corpses and captives are sent to America for study in military research, while the US Army arrives in Japan to help repel Legion attacks. Fortunately, things seem to work. Over the next few months, the Legion is pushed back. However, an endless flow of forces only seem to continue pouring out from within the walls of Shinjuku. The area is carpet-bombed, however, it hardly affected Legion numbers. Considering this is where the source of all the Legion is stemming from, the nuclear option is considered. And a mere 4 months later, in hopes to rout out the growing Legion at the source, an atomic bomb is dropped on Shinjuku. Any remaining areas that contained dense Legion activity were also hit with nuclear weapons.
Okay.
The majority of Japan was devastated from these bombings. However, initially it appears to have been a success. In the following months, all traces of Legion activity in the country appeared eradicated. And while yes, no members of the Legion appeared for some time after this, in truth, they weren't gone, and neither was the threat of white chlorination syndrome. In fact, nuking Shinjuku was quite possibly the worst thing they could have done. While the physical forces that made up the Legion disappeared, the element within them that was causing it to happen in the first place, the Maso, didn't. The nuclear attacks only served to spread this element and blast it across the globe. And by the time the research they had conducted uncovered this, it was already too late. They did
crazy. Become as gods. On the other hand, I bet picnic food tastes amazing during this time period. Oh my god, no. No. Oh. Good night, Hayden. Thanks for the stream. Remember to hydrate. Yes, everybody remember to hydrate. Thanks for hanging out. Have a good night. I know, seriously. Classic humans. Let's just drop a nuke.
Learn a lot about
That'll
Maso,
solve
however,
everything.
particularly that it proved the existence of a parallel universe. They called it the multiple origin theory, which stated that another world exists in a parallel universe from the one they're currently in. So, the Maso
Become
that has been
as
the source
salt.
of this infection is not native to their world and should not exist in their universe in the first place. They learn how it's transmitted, such as through bodily fluids and waste. Coughing and saliva can also transmit it, but also there's no physical means to destroy it, such as heat from explosives or nuclear weapons. Basically, all of mankind was now susceptible to being infected, and they had no idea how to stop it.
Okay.
And to top things off, less than a year after thinking they nuked all of the Legion out of existence, they re-emerged, as did their leader, Red Eye. It now became a race against the clock, not only to find a cure, but to simultaneously fight a war. Also, just to add on top of the bad situations, the dragon's body was also stolen the following year. An unknown armed party raided the classified facility that was conducting the research and had taken its remains. Rumors believe it could have been some kind of religious cult or possibly the United States. However, no one stepped forward to claim responsibility.
It would be the
remains
United States.
unknown who it was, and no further information is given past this. So, Angelus's body disappears, but a fair amount of research had been conducted on it by this point, so it's not all lost. For this next portion, I'm actually going to isolate these upcoming stories into their own segments, as I believe it'll be easier to follow that way instead of bouncing back and forth. There's two main branches and plot lines that begin to happen at this point. There's the story that went on trying to cure white chlorination syndrome, and the story of fighting against Red Eye and the Legion. For this portion, I'm going to start off focusing on the Legion and the war that went on with them, as it's a tad shorter. I should preface everything by mentioning both stories begin utilizing Maso to create what they dub as magic. They discover this magic element and are able to absorb energy from other worlds and use it in their own, thus breaking the law of conservation of mass by creating something from nothing. So be aware that magic is becoming a thing. So, one of the most dangerous things that comes with fighting against the Legion head-on are the soldiers getting infected with white chlorination syndrome. Being on a battlefield and in close proximity to creatures who can infect you like any airborne sickness is tricky to circumvent. So, in 2016, a medical compound called luciferase was developed, which greatly slowed its onset effects. It didn't cure them, but it slowed it down. As such, soldiers administered with luciferase were less at risk and more able to directly combat the Legion without fear. These treated soldiers form the 1st Crusade Squadron and successfully take a couple battles in their favor, however, are ultimately defeated. Further research uncovers luciferase to be more effective on younger patients. So children and teenagers who show exemplary physical ability are administered treatment and urged into joining combat squads. The Hamlin organization is formed to train these young soldiers to fight the Legion. These soldiers were known as Crusaders. While the Hamlin
I wonder if
organization's
they turned
methods
into
were questionable, abducting orphans and coercing them
the
into
same.
service,
I wonder if this is the same group that started creating like the weapons and stuff, like a meal.
due to their physical capability and receptiveness to luciferase,
it
worked.
really?
These Crusaders began to expand to an international level and brought the war to a standstill. But not everyone agreed or even trusted the Hamlin organization to serve as the sole solution, specifically Japan. Project Snow White was created by them in hopes to invent a weapon they could use without relying on foreign aid. But they weren't just normal weapons, they wanted magic weapons. By studying the weaponization of Maso, they were hoping they could create the ultimate weapon to defend Japan against the Legion.
Crazy.
However, like the Hamlin organization, children were the primary test subjects.
Of course!
It wasn't a gun or any form of artillery they were looking to create. It was a living being they were hoping to enhance via magic.
Why?
A classified secret lab
Really, why?
known as the National Weapons Laboratory was created and disguised underneath a mansion in secret to not draw any suspicion. It was here that various children were tested on with Maso. Two of the children present are very relevant to this timeline, Emil and his sister, Halua. They weren't the first children to be tested on, but they would be the most
Babies.
important. Halua was Emil's older sister and was designated experiment number 6, while Emil was number 7. To be fair, the facility they were being held at didn't treat them like prisoners per se. More so,
Truly,
it was
bad guy.
moonlighting as an orphanage in
100%.
the face of these children, albeit not a very good one. There were a bunch of kids that used to be around, but only those with aptitude for becoming experimental weapons were chosen. Halua and Emil were 2 of the most promising. And in the story, The Stone Flower, we get to experience things from Halua's point of view.
Ooh.
The orphanage, as she perceived it, wasn't a very comforting environment. She and the other children were constantly put through tests, both physical and mental, which she perceived as some sort of school lesson. Everyone in the facility spoke Japanese, which was not their native language. So for a short time, they were taught how to roughly speak a new language. The 2 siblings had been in the facility for a few years by this point, and one of the only bright spots to their experience was one particular scientist who treated the 2 like they were her own children. She was very warm and kind, playful yet gentle in the way she interacted with Halua and Emil. The 2 genuinely considered her to be their mother figure, and they called her Sensei. But while Halua desperately wanted to believe that she was different to the other adults around, she always erred on the cautious side in their situation. Ever since arriving, she's tried desperately to stay by Emil's side throughout it all.
I think it's so interesting too that so this all took place in Japan, right? The language that like the Song of the Ancients, like the language that's in NieR does almost sound a little bit like Japanese, like some of the inflections and stuff. So that's an interesting tie-in too, to actually understand that this was Japan at one point. It's crazy.
Emil at this age is still very much a child. He's ignorant to anything going on. He watches the clouds, bangs on the piano keys in their room, and draws the same picture over and over again each day, the entire time with a smile on his face, completely oblivious. It was Halua who was staying vigilant for the 2 of them, keeping track of the lessons they had each day, what they ate, what they drank, the adults they met, and what they spoke about. Over time, she came to only one conclusion. That was, don't trust the adults, Sensei being the only exception. But despite her erring on the side of caution, there wasn't actually much power she had to do about anything with their situation, and she wouldn't be able to. The day inevitably came when it was time to turn both her and Emil into weapons. On one unsuspecting day, she was put through the regular checkup and routine she usually does. However, afterwards, she was escorted to a different room. She was told that she had a serious illness and she needed to undergo surgery to save her life.
Crazy.
But of course, Halua knew it was a lie. She didn't believe anything anyone was saying. She was panicking and crying, worrying about the well-being of her brother, but there was nothing she could do.
That's so
She was
sad.
strapped down and held in place.
Oh.
Everything faded to black, and when she came to, she was taller. She felt weird. Her body wasn't the same. She looked like a skeleton. Halua had been successfully transformed into experimental weapon number 6, the ultimate weapon designed to fight back against the Legion hordes. She was strong, could utilize magic. Just by wishing it, she could destroy things in all kinds of interesting ways.
Wow,
she was no longer
dodging
a
those things like
a monster.
so well.
But Halua was still in there. Her
Couldn't be
conscience
me.
was still perceptive to what she could see and how she was acting. She was still afraid, but as she overheard the scientists in the facility refer to her as a weapon, she came to the realization of what the facility was, how they were using the children, and how they were trying to create whatever it is she is now. More than afraid, Halua became angry, and the powers she now possessed manifested. She broke out of her constraints, cut through the walls, and went on a rampage, killing all the adults that crossed her path in absolutely brutal ways, trying to find her brother and make
Whoa,
sure he was
this
safe.
art.
She even came across her sensei, which broke her heart even more, as she believed she was someone that she could trust. She cherished the time they spent together and how she made her feel loved. Halua saw what looked like her apologizing and saying she was sorry, but she couldn't hear a thing. With all of her strength, she mowed down what was in front of her as the white coat shot straight at the wall and stained it red. The facility was being reduced to rubble, but then Halua heard Emil's voice. You see, Halua wasn't the only one turned into a weapon. Emil was as well. But unlike Halua, who was meant to fight against the Legion, Emil was created to be a countermeasure against her.
Okay, I
he was given the power to turn anything he looks at into stone. So, considering they lost control of Halua's power, she was deemed too dangerous and needed to be stopped. So Emil's power is used on her and she is petrified. Halua accepts her fate as she doesn't want to hurt anyone anymore, and she gives herself up to a cold sleep. After this incident, the experiments with Maso on humans were deemed too dangerous and were massively scaled back.
Okay.
As for Emil, he was put in the care of what remaining scientists were still left.
Okay.
But while this experimental weaponization failed from Japan's own greed, good news did come a few years later thanks to the Hamlin organization. This entire time, Crusade units have consistently been deployed, with each subsequent unit providing more capable soldiers.
Okay.
And in the year 2030, Red Eye, the leader of the Legion, is slain in Jerusalem by the leader of the 13th
It would be
Crusade
in
unit.
Jerusalem.
The commanding officer who dealt the final blow, however, is mortally wounded during the conflict and dies of his injuries shortly after. But with the defeat of Red Eye, the Legion is no longer able to coordinate their attacks. They don't disappear entirely just yet, however, they're not nearly as much of a threat as they once were.
Is Red Eye and the Legion sounds so familiar, like outside of this series? Is that like, are they like, is Red Eye something from another series or something too? Or am I just making that up?
Anyway,
the Legion reminds me, I mean, I think they use Legion in a lot of different like stories, but I always just think of Mass Effect with Legion.
That is the story with the Legion largely having come to a close. So we can now begin on the other large storyline that was happening at this time, which was how the world was dealing with white chlorination syndrome.
Project Gestalt,
with
here we go.
feasible cure even in the possible stages of development, alternative methods began being explored. You see, at its core, white chlorination syndrome isn't actually a disease. It's a pact made with one's soul. In truth, it is the soul which is in danger. So what happens when you remove the soul from the body and protect it? It turns out both sides wind up becoming safe. The soul is incapable of existing by itself, for a lack of a better term, so it can't get corrupted by the gods. So thus, there is no fear of succumbing to white chlorination syndrome. And the
Wait. Why can't they be? Oh no, let's just back up.
Wind up becoming safe. The soul is incapable of existing by itself, for a lack
existing by itself. Okay.
Of a better term, so it can't get corrupted by the gods.
Because it
so
doesn't
thus,
exist.
There is no fear of succumbing to white chlorination syndrome. And the body, well, there's nothing to form a pact, and so it's left alone. And thanks to the use of Maso, which effectively created magic, they were able to utilize this, but almost in the reverse manner. Where white chlorination syndrome stemmed from a pact with the giant and the Watchers and the gods, scientists were utilizing Angelus's corpse for a pact by creating a vessel that was to hold the soul and refining that through the dragon's corpse. They could initiate a contract. When a pact is initiated, the soul is pulled from one's body and exchanged with another being. But since Angelus is dead, there's no soul to exchange. So scientists are effectively allowed to pull the soul out from people with no negative consequences. And in the year 2014, they successfully managed to pull it off. A soul is removed from a test subject's body, stored, and reunited. This whole
Okay.
operation was known as Project Gestalt. In case the term Gestalt is a tad confusing, it's basically another term when talking about the soul. So if you ever hear me use the term Gestalt, it's simply referring to the soul. Considering
for this.
it was 2014
I needed that
and
when
fairly
I was
early
playing.
into everything happening, public reception to this idea was less than enthusiastic. But as the years passed and it became more evident that a cure for white chlorination syndrome wasn't going to be found, Project Gestalt became the most promising endeavor and the one that was going to be greenlit. But removing the soul from a body wasn't without its problems, one of the most prominent being the body itself. The
Right.
soul is ageless. It can survive as long as
Right.
it needs to without aging a day. But the body is still flesh and bone and will rot over time. And so the idea for replicants was created. Vessels based on the genetic information of a person. It was a shell that was genetically
There he is.
designed to perfectly
Cloudsi.
house whoever it was made for. And with these two processes in place, they could store all of humanity's souls for however long it took until the Legion and white chlorination syndrome was eradicated from the world entirely and return as if nothing ever happened. Considering that, theoretically, every human is no longer going to be around during this process, overseers are created to ensure
Yes.
Project Gestalt sees the success it's meant to fulfill. Several Devila and Popola units are then created. Unlike the replicants, these two are androids. Replicants are more akin
know
to
this.
clones. They're not robots, and they still age, just without all
That's
the human
so
parts.
funny, Renown.
While the androids are forever
Like, wait a minute.
ageless. It's Devila and Popola's job to oversee
Wait a minute. I remember this fucking crazy shit from when I was 12. You know what? I am so glad that 12-year-old you moved on. Because that is not a game for a 12-year-old to be playing. Let me tell you. Let me tell you.
all replicants as they rid the world of the Legion and both gather and dispose of all of the harmful maso causing white chlorination syndrome. They oversee their maintenance, and even if a replicant
favorite
body
song
were to
ever.
die, it was their job to simply just create another one until the day came for that particular soul to be reunited. There are a few flaws that came from this, but I'll hold off for now and explain it a little down the line when it becomes more relevant. But you can imagine the amount of effort that it would take to individually return.
No, that's so true. There is no... Even an adult, honestly, as an adult, I wouldn't want to play it. Not that I wouldn't want to play it, it just... I don't think I should be playing it. Nobody should be playing that game. No, I'm just kidding.
Every single human soul back to their respective body. Or even more worrying, what would happen if something went wrong and the natural process was interrupted? For this, a failsafe needed to be implemented, a way to simultaneously force every single soul into their corresponding replicant on a large scale. For this, it required immense magical power, and so the Grimoire project was devised. It's never quite delved into what exactly the Grimoires are, but in the simplest of terms, they are books that contain enormous amounts.
Why are there 3 books? Did we ever... Okay, maybe we'll learn about it here, but there are literally 3 books here. We only hear about Noir and Vice.
Of magical energy. But there's a catch. A soul must be embedded into one to unlock its true power. So who else but the Hamlin organization stepped in to provide their own resources? The Hamlin organization by this point had defeated Red Eye and merged into Project Gestalt, and so helped out where they could in their child soldiers. All those children who were given Luciferase to fight against the Legion weren't immune to becoming infected. All Luciferase did was slow it down. All of them were infected and would inevitably succumb to white chlorination syndrome given time. Those who lived have proven themselves amongst the strong and capable. So the Hamlin organization rallied together 13 of the most promising previous soldiers, kidnapped them, threw them in a room, and provided each one of them a unique grimoire and ordered them to kill each other. Only 2 were allowed to live. This is the story we hear in And Then There Were None, We're never given the names of any of the characters, but for the sake of following the story, I'll call the main character in this Vice for what will become obvious reasons.
Yeah.
You see, Vice was actually one of the child soldiers, part of the 13th Crusade unit that took down Red Eye. A few years have passed since then, and he's now in his late teens. He was always a capable soldier, and one of the few lucky and skilled enough to survive.
Vice
He woke up in this room
was
with
a
12
person?
past soldiers, all from different branches around the world. The only one he did recognize was a girl who was also part of the 13th Crusade, Rubrum, as we'll call her. She was not nearly as seasoned
Hi,
as Vice
IDM.
was to combat. She was a bit more aloof and borderline not ready to be deployed when she was. But she was a quick learner and physically formidable. Weiss during the war saved her life, but they were eventually split up. Them meeting here is the first time they've seen each other in over 3 years. As you might expect, there's much confusion between 13 strangers trapped in a dark room with a mysterious grimoire at their feet. But the confusion quickly escalates to panic when a man and woman begin arguing and things turn physical. The man grabbed for the girl, but the grimoire at her feet spawned a black hand and grabbed him and crushed him to death. The corpse of the man was then sucked into his grimoire. The color changed and a face appeared on the cover.
That's
While
Noir.
everyone initially sat in stunned silence, an uproar began as everyone panicked to understand what the book in their possession did.
This is crazy.
Various voices on an intercom interrupted, all speaking different languages so the respective participants could understand it, but all with the same message. Use the books to kill each other. Only two can survive. With no further clarification or reasoning as to why this was happening, all everyone could do was fight for their own life. Initially, things broke out physically instead of via magic. The girl was jumped and strangled to death by another participant. Her body was transferred into her grimoire, and while two other participants then tried to jump the man who just killed her, he fell to the ground and died in a very painful way before they had the chance. It's likely the observers have some kind of kill switch to rid anyone who simply tries to kill normally. What they want is magic, to understand it, to unlock it. They want these soldiers to unlock the potential of the grimoire so they can manipulate it. So everyone quickly went back to examining their books so they weren't killed. Vice and Rubrum attempted to work together and be the two survivors allowed to live. And while Rubrum was very thoughtful about the situation and the potential requirements needed to utilize it, her thought process is quickly interrupted when she sees a black lance hurtling towards an unsuspecting Vice. To repay his act of saving her life during the war, she pushes him out of the way and is skewered herself and dies. She too is sucked up into her grimoire. The color turns the shade of blood, and the face that appears looks nothing like her own. Vice cries out in distress, and amidst his cries, he activates his grimoire. Everything goes white. Countless letters begin appearing. When he came back to his senses, everyone in the room was dead. They were skewered amongst a horde of
I
protruding
can't
spears
believe
from the
this
floor.
story,
Vice did not do
guys.
this. His grimoire simply protected him from this attack.
Yeah.
The one who did
was
was
Noir.
Noir.
Yeah.
Vice and Noir were the two victors, so to speak, or so they thought. As per usual, everything was a lie. They were allowed to live, but they weren't allowed to leave.
As the
Like
grimoire.
everyone before them, Vice and Noir were absorbed into their respective grimoires. But unlike all of the others, they were sentient and still alive. These two became instrumental in Project Gestalt's plans. Noir became a new instrument to separate soul from body. The whole thing could now be filtered and done through Noir. And Vice was the tool to reunite the soul and body. While the books themselves have their own level of power to them, their main purpose was to act as an activation system. When Noir and Vice are activated at the same time, a massive amount of energy is created, which will send every soul back into their replicant body. As for all of the other grimoires,
I love hearing it explained just like this, because I'm not gonna lie, reading through it during my playthrough, I was getting a little lost in the sauce. Yeah, true, Zalaprax. It just continues to be bad. I I'm so happy to have this Vice lore, though. Did you see the Play-Doh DLC thing? I feel like it was put into my, excuse me, in my Discord. I saw a bunch of stuff in Discord, so, but I haven't watched anything about the DLC. I think quantum physics is easier. Honestly, probably. Probably. Okay, let's
They
keep going.
appear to be meant to serve as a reserve system, extra energy to support these two in case they need it. For the most part, Project Gestalt would continue as planned. Replicant bodies would be put in production and souls stored for a later date. But there's still one more story that we need to cover before things fully kick off.
Okay.
And this time, it does involve our three main characters. We've already been introduced to Emil, but we've yet to cover NieR, Yona, and Kaine. And
NieR, parentheses, Cloudsi. Okay. Quantum physics doesn't require whatever drugs Yoko Taro keeps his Emil head stuffed with. Bruh. Oh my god. So true. Oh, love Yoko Taro. Love him. Thank you for the like hours and hours of fun that I have had with this series.
in
Truly.
the story, the boy, the girl, and the weapon, their three paths would cross. I should probably start off by introducing our new characters. NieR and
Cloudsi.
Yona are the simplest in terms of their background. Their brother and sister.
Yeah, we don't know
In the
NieR.
original
We know
game, it was
Cloudsi
father
here.
and daughter,
Cloudzo.
but the story has since been updated to have the two be siblings. Fortunately, this change does not drastically affect anything.
Yeah.
Also, NieR is not his actual name.
Oh,
we officially
yeah.
never know.
No,
what
we know what it is, guys. It's Cloudsi. We've established this.
his true name is, but fans collectively agree and simply just call him NieR. But anyway, his and Yona's backstory is actually quite simple. The two are siblings. Not much, if anything, is known about their parents other than the fact that in modern day they are no longer around. They likely fell victim to either the Legion or white chlorination syndrome,
Crazy.
or likely died via natural causes. But regardless, NieR and Yona are alone, and being the older brother, NieR finds it his responsibility to look after his sickly sister. Yona's immune system isn't the strongest, and she's often in a generally weakened state. Not by white chlorination syndrome, but by normal sicknesses, it would seem. The two are very much civilians traveling
so she
from
just has
different
a-
help centers,
she's just sick,
trying
period.
their best to survive the chaos of the world brought upon by the Legion and white chlorination syndrome. For now, that's all there is to them. Kaine is a lot more unique in the sense that she's not a normal human. She was, like many, an experiment. She
Oh.
was born from the DNA of her grandparents, which technically makes them her parents, but I'll get to that soon.
Oh.
And Legion DNA.
Oh.
She was
Grandma, what the fuck are you doing?
a designer baby, genetically altered
A
as just
designer-
another experiment. But this time around, she wasn't an experiment or made this way because of the government or army. It was due to her grandmother, Kali. Being her grandmother was simply just a cover story, likely due to her age. The reason she has so much pull to have a designer baby is because she's considered a war hero, and
Oh.
not just a simple one at that. Kali was given the credit for killing Red Eye. She was the vice captain of the 13th Crusade, the
Wait. Was this the memory that we read in... Was she from the memory from Forest of Myth? When we had to, like, guess, like, the amount of people in her infantry or something like that, or the amount of people she, like, lost? Let's
one
see.
that took him down. It was the captain of that unit who killed Red Eye. However,
Oh.
he died following that clash.
Oh,
For
wait,
whatever
maybe not.
reason,
Maybe not.
Kali was given the recognition as the hero who killed him. Whether that was her doing or the government so they can have an alive figurehead to keep morale up is unknown. But because she's recognized as the hero who stopped the Legion, she was rewarded with hefty amounts of money.
Damn,
She
Grandma.
then used that money to invest into scientific military research and became incredibly rich. Since then, she married her husband, whom she met during her service, and has spent her years trying to live a relatively normal life. Her time in the war greatly traumatized her, as did the general heartache of seeing your neighbors, family, and lovers all get turned into Legion. She developed a very brash personality because of it. She's vulgar, fierce, and often stubborn. Her language has next to no filter, and she'll often speak before ever considering her words. But despite this, deep down, she still did have a kind and caring heart, even though
Man, I didn't know Grandma was rich,
guys.
guys.
To come across, which is why when Kaine was born, she didn't treat her as though she were an experiment. She and her husband cared for her like she was a daughter, so much so that Kaine didn't even know there was anything special about her, and they never told her. Kaine lived a perfectly normal, albeit strict, life thanks to her grandparents. As for the reason Kali would want a child with Legion genes, it's never explicitly said, but it's implied that she wanted her child to be strong enough to defend them against any potential threat in the future. It makes sense because her safety is always in consideration, as in conjunction with having a warrior daughter, she pays for her own private military to guard her at all times. But as for Kaine, she's actually quite different personality-wise to the girl we get in-game. In fact, Kali is a lot more reminiscent of her attitude. Kaine here is a lot more soft-spoken, as she was raised to be fairly obedient by her grandmother. Her grandfather felt a bit guilty about this, and so bought her a white dog. Kaine was a formal maiden of high society, so she wasn't very vulgar. Outside of the occasional arguments with her grandmother, she lived a peaceful life she was happy with. Though she could always sense something eerie in the back of her mind. Whatever that Legion part within her was, she instinctively felt it.
Boom. That's my favorite sound effect in this video.
And with our new cast introduced, I can finally talk about the events from the boy, the girl, and the weapon.
Let's go.
The event that kicks everything off is an unexpected Legion attack. By this point, with Red Eye dead, the Legion weren't nearly as coordinated or dangerous, so they were relegated to be dealt with by smaller and local forces. Where this story branches is the Legion attack, however, they're accompanied by a Red Eye. This story treats the term Red Eye more so as a classification of Legion, as if it's the most dangerous form one can reach.
Interesting.
The Red Eye leader is definitely dead. This Red Eye is just a very dangerous and powerful Legion.
He's like 007,
but for the story,
you know?
I will be using the term Red Eye. When an attack occurs in Shinjuku, panic breaks out amongst the public. Amidst them are NieR and Yona. During the chaos of all the civilians running around, the two are separated, and Yona winds up making her way to a nearby mansion, which, as you could guess, belongs to Kaine's family. Kaine is kind enough to console the distressed Yona, calming her down and bringing her inside to ease the nerves of the chaos.
And this is canon?
NieR eventually finds his way there as a passerby on the street saw someone of her description and pointed him in that direction. He thanks Kaine for being so kind and keeping her safe. But while all of this is going on, there's still what's happening with the Legion and Emil. Emil, ever since the incident with his sister, has been in the care of the few remaining scientists that remained after the project was downsized. Fortunately, it seems these scientists were a lot more caring for Emil than how he was treated during his time before. They call him Emil. They don't treat him as though he's a weapon. Generally, it seems to have been a better environment overall. But that only lasted for so long, as a new character named Yura, or as he would later be more popularly known as Tyran, decided to kidnap him.
Tyran!
He was the section chief of the Countermeasure Against Special Biological Organisms Department, as well as the commander of the Shinjuku Area Defense Team. He's a very bloodthirsty and ruthless
That's who ends up inside
of
Kaine.
Using force or killing people to get what he wants. He has a high position because he is very intelligent and has an apt way of resolving problems. But he's infamous for his violence. He raids the facility holding Emil and takes him hostage to use as a weapon to fight against the Legion and Red Eye. Emil, not wanting any harm to come to any of the scientists, goes with him. But where does Yura fit into the rest of this story? Well, it turns out he's in charge of the military group that Kali hires to protect her and her family. She's been personally funding most of his endeavors, which has allowed him to accrue the weapons and resources he has. And because of this, when the Legion attack breaks out, Kali calls him to come and defend her, which he's paid to do. And so, Yura, his soldiers, and Emil all make their way to Kali's mansion.
Yorha. Surprise.
When they arrive, they immediately deploy all sorts of weapons, most notably a P-22 unit.
Hold on. Okay, before we keep going, there's an ad coming up on Twitch soon. I will probably take another 3-minute break with the ad. Something that I noticed that I don't think I've ever noticed before is Replicant always spelled with a capital C, and I've just never noticed, or is that just this? I was encouraging you to fish in the sewers to get the iron pipe. Wait. Did they mention iron pipes? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That was Tyrans? I feel like I was saying his name wrong too. Drama CD. Do you guys know who voice acts in that? I could look it up too, but what? I don't know. I don't know what's happening. The community simply decided that our canon is the stuff. Wait, the community simply decided that our canon is the stuff that has continuation in other games and stuff. Okay. Fair enough. Makes sense. All right. Ad break incoming on Twitch. Everybody. Oh, yeah, soon. Everybody go. Wait. Oh, yeah, here's the ad. Sorry. I was like, wait, did the ad already happen? Everybody take a break, grab a snack, go to the bathroom, get some water, stretch. I will be right back. Oh, damn, Em, you finally caught up. Amazing. You finally caught up, and I'm like, all right, break time. Oh, okay, IDM. Oh, I forgot that was his weapon in the very beginning. All right. All right, BRB, BRB. back. The pipe is also the weapon story I posted in Discord. Okay, let's go. I will watch that later for sure. That's awesome. All right. All right, back to it. Let's see. Where are we at in this? Wow. Wow, this has been... We're only 2 hours into this fucking video. That's crazy. And I've been streaming for 4 hours. I think what I'll do, guys, is like... We'll try to get to like... here, maybe? Today? And then like... So that's like half of the video. And then we'll do a part 2 stream and we'll watch the second half. Because there's just no way I can get through all of this today. Which is really unfortunate, but it's such a long freaking thing. Like, oh, and this is like Automata, sorry, is all the way down here. It's crazy. We have so much lore. Now imagine trying to explain all of this to someone who's clueless. Oh, I couldn't even imagine. Genuinely. Yeah, no. This is really good though. This is like an amazing video. Like I feel like they explained the drakengard stuff really well. So, all right, shall we, guys? Shall we try to get like 1 more hour of this in?
An early version
I think that'll
of what
be...
we later see as the P-33.
Yeah,
it shoots the red eye with a laser severing its arm, but much to everyone's shock, it grows more arms out of its skin. Legion come crawling out from it as well. The Red Eye is much more powerful and dangerous than anyone could have predicted. The damages extend onto the mansion in which Emil, Yona, Kaine, and her grandparents all reside. Red Eye makes his way inside while the Legion attack Yura and his forces. Kaine's grandfather is stabbed, saving Kali, and when he tries to pass on some advice to Kaine about how things are only going to get worse,
oh god,
he is crushed to death.
Oh my god!
Meanwhile, as the Red Eye runs rampant within the mansion,
we'll
Yura
never be done
grabs
with Easter
Emil
eggs
from the truck to deal with all of the new Legion numbers. He forces Emil to use his powers and turns everyone to stone, including his own men. Yura shows no sympathy for his willingness to sacrifice the lives of all in front of him just to save his own. Emil begs for him to stop as he doesn't like what he's being forced to do.
Aww.
So Yura injects him with some kind of drug which makes Emil lose control of his powers.
No!
Having just lost control of his greatest weapon and Red Eye still causing mayhem, he sees no victory in this current situation and so abandons the scene and runs away.
Oh, great.
As for Kaine, unfortunately, the death of her grandfather wouldn't be the only tragedy that struck. Kali is there contemplating the death of her husband. She feels a lot of regret, never disclosing to their daughter the truth about what she was. And before she has the chance to tell her, she too is grabbed by Red Eye and swallowed whole. Kaine witnesses this, and the devastation she feels swells up within her. The sadness, the anger, the confusion, the rage, every single emotion is swirling around her head. She deep down feels the dark power within her. She screams in pain and loses control, entering this rampant state where she can utilize her hidden power.
This is a different version of Kaine?
She rips Red Eye's stomach open with her bare hands, to which Kali emerges from still alive.
Oh.
Kaine then rips Red Eye to shreds and kills it. The Legion and Red Eye are no longer a problem. It's now Emil and Kaine who are both berserking. NieR, for some reason, feels obligated to stop them. He doesn't physically do anything, but he shouts at them to stop. Even when the soldiers and everyone around them believe them to be monsters, NieR continues believing in them as humans, and so begs for them to stop fighting, which they do.
Makes sense.
Emil and Kaine return to their senses. By this point, it can be assumed that some multiple timeline bleeding occurred, which led to this innate connection he felt to them in the first place. But all that mattered now is that they stopped. Emil was sedated and taken back to the facility, while Kaine cries with her grandmother because she's scared. The story ends there. The characters just go on their separate ways. But
that's crazy.
It wouldn't be the last time fate brought these three together.
That's crazy.
With that story out of the way, it's time to return back to Project Gestalt. I mentioned earlier that the project had a few flaws when it came to separating soul from body. One of the more minor ones was that the vessels the souls were placed in for the indefinite amount of time were actually weak to sunlight, hence why they would later be nicknamed Shades. Yes, if you're familiar with the game, every single shade is a human soul waiting to be reunited with its body.
Unfortunately.
But they aren't up and active. They're basically in storage, sleeping or unconscious. Their weakness to sunlight is but a minor nuisance. What was a real problem was the risk of relapsing.
Yes.
Relapsing is what happens when the soul loses its sentience. As a result, they become hostile and aggressive, trying to kill. Once a Gestalt relapses, the person they once were is gone, and they basically cease to exist as they're just a mindless, bodiless monster.
Till Cloudsi fucked it all up, literally.
Every Gestalt that was created would inevitably relapse. Whether it was immediately or slowly over time, every single person who was turned into a Gestalt was slowly losing their sentience.
Right.
So of course, if left unattended,
while the replicants
plan
were gaining
was a failure.
theirs.
Everyone was still going to die eventually. So analysis revealed that in order to stabilize a Gestalt's self-awareness, they needed a stable, solid source of purified maso from a person who maintained his being after being transformed. Basically, a perfect genetic match. So, the World Purification Commission, in conjunction with the Hamlin organization, figured the best way of producing someone like this was via one of the sealed grimoires.
Okay.
Grimoire Noir is selected for this task, and many clone duplicates are created and handed out. The government disguises themselves as various relief centers in poverty-stricken areas and refugee camps and hand out copies of Grimoire Noir in hopes of finding a Gestalt attuned to the book's power. It wasn't a very pretty or clean experiment.
No.
By sheer numbers, every single person who touched the grimoire and wasn't the one perfect match they were looking for was immediately turned into a relapsed Gestalt. It could have been hundreds or even thousands of people who fell victim to this ploy. And this is where NieR and Yona re-enter the story. It's been about 3 years since the events at Kaine's mansion. Yona is still sick, and so in hopes to find medicine that can better her condition, the two enter one of these relief centers.
Right.
But early on into their arrival, the two sense that something isn't right, and so make haste to try and quickly escape. But they witness the others who were there in need be handed these grimoires and be transformed into relapsed Gestalts. He witnessed his community and those others in need be
This is
used as nothing more than lab rats. Fortunately, he and Yona were able to escape and flee to an abandoned supermarket. Clearly still exhausted and worn out from all that they've been through, they try to recompose themselves here. NieR obviously goes on to tell his sister never to touch the grimoire. But it turns out the two were followed by those relapsed Gestalts. NieR is ambushed by them, and knowing that he's incapable of defending his sister as he is now, he turns to the grimoire in hopes for more power. Upon touching it, not only does he not relapse, but he is the perfect genetic signature
of course
that the
he
government's
is.
been looking for. With his newfound strength, he is able to unleash a barrage of magic attacks and utilize its full power.
So, okay, wait, no, I don't think so. I was gonna say, does Yona, because Yona was not supposed to touch the book, but she did. Did she then relapse? But I don't think so, because there's 2 Yonas in the future, so I don't know.
To wipe out all the relapsed Gestalts threatening them. But when he returns to Yona, it turns out she also touched the book because she wanted to help her brother. But since she's not a match for the book, she began to relapse.
Oh, she did? Okay.
Shortly after, she fell into a coma. It didn't take long before the government found NieR and brought him in. The only reason NieR was playing along was because finding a cure for his sister was his #1 priority.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yona was placed into a cryogenic sleep, halting her gestaltization process. For the next 5 years, NieR allowed any experiment to be done on him in hopes of finding this cure. Grimoire Noir had also been programmed to obey NieR. He was a very loyal and determined subject. In the CD drama, The Promise of 1,000 Years is where we hear these events. NieR's very worried for his sister, especially after all this time has passed and still no cure has been found. Unfortunately for him, a cure wouldn't be found. Science had reached the limits of its research for any cure, and so were incapable of helping Yona's condition. But a compromise was struck. They told NieR that at the end of the cycle, when all of the Maso had been rid from the world and humanity could return to their replicant bodies, that by that time they would have the means to cure Yona. They estimated that it would take 1,000 years for Project Gestalt to be complete. So all anyone had was their word. But what could NieR do? If he says no, then Yona was just going to die anyway.
Yeah.
If he agrees to it, then at the very least, he knows scientists will try to help him because he's effectively preserving humanity.
Right.
It was on this promise alone that NieR agreed to become the original Gestalt that they needed. But he swore that if they failed to keep their word, he would rebel. NieR's soul was then separated from his body, and this new entity that he became known as was the Shadow Lord. It's important to note that every sentient shade is linked to the Shadow Lord. He's the one keeping them from relapsing. Their lives all depend on him. As such, they worship him as though he were a god. But at the same time, if he died, so would all of them. And with that,
that makes sense then for Automata, right? Oh my god, what the hell? Did they mention that the magic is red most likely because of the research done on the dragon Angelus? No, but I mean they've talked about all of that though, so but I don't think they talked about the red. But there's a theme of red, like with red eye and all that stuff.
Project Gestalt was in full effect. Eventually, every human underwent the Gestalt process and had their soul transferred into a shade. It was now up to Devila and Popola to ensure the will of humanity was fulfilled. To make their job a bit easier, replicants are initially given a minimal amount of sentience to follow basic commands. With this, they are tasked with exterminating the Legion still roaming the Earth and gathering all of the Maso particles so they can send it back to where it came. But of course, nothing is ever so simple and things can't just work. About 700 years into this process, the replicants began to gain sentience. They came into their own being, formulated their own thoughts, emotions, experiences, and acted independently. By the year 3000 and the turn of the new millennium, most replicants had acquired sentience. It's important to note that the replicants' personalities are unique to them. Their entire identity and whatnot are formed based on the stimuli of what's around them.
That makes sense.
If anything, in common to their original soul. As such, civilizations and cultures rapidly begin developing. Despite this, Devila and Popola are still able to influence their actions, and Project Gestalt is still moving forward. By the year 3000,
they're really influencing Cloudsi.
A familiar foe would rear its ugly head. A young replicant hoping to bring his dead lover back to life hears the legend of a forbidden land where one's greatest desire can be fulfilled: Jerusalem, the same place where Red Eye was killed. The replicant brings his lover's corpse here and wishes for her resurrection. Much to his surprise, she wakes up, eyes fiery red. Red Eye has been resurrected.
What?
She kills her lover and goes on to assemble what few members of the Legion still remain.
Oh my god, careful what you wish for.
11 years later, Red Eye and the last remnants of the Legion begin a march of terror against the replicants. But an android, along with 4 replicants, banded together and challenged Red Eye. After a massive battle, the commander is slain, as are the last of the Legion. And with that, the androids send the last of the corrupt Maso back to the parallel world. Both the Legion and White Chlorination Syndrome have been eradicated, and the purification of the world is complete. The following year, the Gestalts begin to awaken as the next phase of the project commences. This is where the shades come in.
That was
The
such a weird
souls
little,
are
like,
ready to reemerge
section
with their
there.
bodies, and so make various attempts to try. But the newly self-aware replicants see these monsters as body snatchers, and so attack them on sight to defend
Was that
themselves.
Bloodborne?
Battles
funny.
between replicants and gestalts continue for the foreseeable future. It's the replicants who dub the gestalts shades due to their weakness to light. Devila and Popola try quite a bit to influence replicants into accepting the merger with their soul. However, it's very rare. After about 12
How did they?
years
I didn't
of
see them do
trying
that.
things the peaceful way, they come to the conclusion that it's not going to work, and so
Right.
look towards the revival ceremony, or the Grimoire project, to forcefully reintegrate everyone.
Okay, yeah.
As for NieR,
So they're
or
pushing
Shadow Lord,
NieR
he's been consistently
along to
providing
do
Maso
that.
to the Gestalt system for over 1,200 years. He's been awake this entire time. He was initially told it would only take 1,000, and yet here he is, and the project still hasn't been completed.
1400.
He starts losing trust in the system and fears Yona will never be revived at this rate if he does not act himself.
Okay, makes sense.
And this is where
Cloudsi
we
and
can
Yona?
finally start following our new replicant cast. We're not at the beginning of the game just yet, but we can at the very least start talking about the life of our new replicant
Aw,
NieR. So, considering
were
all of the
so
replicants
cute in
formed
the
their
beginning.
personalities based on their surroundings, this NieR
forget.
has a lot in common with the original. Specifically, his connection and
Yeah.
care
I
for
always
his
forget how
sister,
young
Yona.
he starts
The
in the
two
beginning of the
stories
game.
begin fairly early into the beginning of their replicant lifespans. NieR's entire existence is solely dedicated to providing for his sister, considering their parents are no longer with them. The two do have very vivid memories of their parents,
okay,
however.
cool.
Apparently, their father worked in a faraway city and was rarely at home. But sometime after Yona's birth, he died outside, leaving NieR hardly remembering much about him. As for their mother, she lived with them, keeping the family
diary.
up and running, largely tending to the garden they had outside. However, she wound up getting a
Oh my god, that garden. That garden with my fucking dead pumpkin. I'm always so curious about that white space, potentially a place of departure, an afterlife of sort for those with a soul. Seems interesting. I know. I feel like they didn't. Maybe they'll explain it more in this, but I feel like the game didn't really explain it too much. But there's been a couple times throughout this video where they've talked about this white flash that's happened, and that's like a transition between like universes, basically. Or like not necessarily just a transition between universes, but like timelines as well. Like there was a white flash and then the cathedral like appeared in the past. That was like the cathedral from the future. Like it's so interesting. It is like almost like an in-between world. I know, that fucking poor pumpkin. That was the craziest mechanic of all time. Like what do you mean it's real time? I have to water that shit every single day.
afflicted by the Black Scrawl, something I have yet to mention up till this moment. To the replicants, it is an incurable disease in which black runes appear on the skin, which is guaranteed to result in death. Anyone can be afflicted. It's unlike any disease or sickness to ever appear. Young, old, healthy, or frail, it comes unexpectedly and will always take the victim. But what the replicants don't know is that the Black Scrawl is actually a reflection of what's happening to their gestalt, to their real soul. When the corresponding
they're
soul
relapsing.
begins relapsing,
Yeah.
losing their conscience, or
Wow.
dies, the replicant gets the Black Scrawl as an indicator that they are going to die forever. If the soul dies, the replicant system isn't able to retrieve the data from it to create the replicant. Thus, they will cease to exist. As I mentioned earlier, replicants can be created as many times as they need, so long as there's a soul to spawn it from. In fact, it's necessary. The replicants age like any human would. They
that
have
makes
a life
sense why
cycle
there's
that's
all those
fairly
kinase.
natural. And considering Project Gestalt had been in place for over 1,000 years, The replicants have gone through many lives. They grow up, they grow old, and die. Once the replicant dies, Devila and Popola create a new one from whenever their soul originated. They memory wipe them and reintroduce them into the community. In their mother's case, her original gestalt relapsed, and so NieR's mother went along with it. She died suddenly in front of a 10-year-old NieR. He went to Popola for answers, hoping she could explain. However, she said nothing. Of course, she knew exactly what happened, but could only share her condolences with the now orphaned boy. In fact, it would be because of Devila and Popola that the term Black Scrawl even came to be. The two are constantly having to make up history about the world and what things are to quell the curiosity of the people. But fortunately, due to their genuine kindness and caring disposition, they were very much trusted by the people. Her and Devila, along with many of the other villagers
so early.
family, prepared a funeral and laid her to rest for good. Yona was much too young
So
to understand this at the time, being a little under 2 years old. But this is where NieR began caring for her. As a replicant, Yona is still a sickly young child, but what she suffers from is different from her original human counterpart. Yona here develops the Black Scrawl just like their mother. She isn't born with it, but after their parents' death, that is when it appeared on her body. But what makes her unique is that Yona is always going to be afflicted with the Black Scrawl, and that's because her soul is being kept in cryostasis. When she touched Grimoire Noir, her soul began to relapse and the doctors froze her, leaving her permanently in that state.
It's crazy.
So while she's not technically dying, her replicant will always.
It's crazy that her sickness, like the original Yona's sickness, was just a regular sickness. No actual connection to the Black Scrawl sickness. This poor girl is just destined to be sick in some way, shape, or form in every single lifetime. It's so sad.
It was a rough job for NieR, going from a child into his teen years, having to be the sole person responsible for taking care of his sister. And in the story, The Red and the Black, we hear the lengths he's willing to go for her well-being. As stated, Yona winds up developing the Black Scrawl, something that
the lengths will go
very
to not
worried.
spend time with her.
Symptoms of the disease are not unlike the flu in fevers and coughs. However, it also comes with pain. The patient's body is constantly hurting, and it persists, only escalating as the scrawl worsens until they inevitably die. Yona, even as young as she is already constantly in pain, and while no cure exists, Popola informs NieR of a medicine that he can give her that can, at the very least, lessen the burden on her body. The problem is, the ingredients needed don't grow locally, so the medicine was very expensive. Fortunately, in the beginning, their parents had stashed away some funds, so he was able to afford getting her some medicine and seeing just how effective it was. And so while he couldn't cure it, the least he could do was constantly supply her with the medicine she needs, and to do that, he needs money. NieR was always asking villagers if there were any jobs he could do for payment. Occasionally, people gave him small little errands to run. It's reflected in-game as well. It's why so many side missions are simple, mundane tasks that the person giving the job can likely do themselves, like delivering a letter or a package or just collecting things.
Listen.
They want to give.
Listen. It's not Yona's fault. It's NieR's fault. It's Cloudsi's fault. What was I gonna say? I don't know. I think that was it. I think that was all I was gonna
NieR
say.
something to do for some spare coin. It became normal for villagers to do this, but not so consistent that it was any sort of comfortable living for anyone involved. The village is already relatively small and poor, so the jobs were sparse, and even if people wanted to help, they weren't exactly in a position to help. Because of this, he was eventually told of another job he could take up out of the village and in the town.
No, this is so true. Every MC in this verse leaves the world a lot worse off. It's just a never-ending cycle. It's a never-ending cycle.
Of Seafront. It's a nearby
Seafront.
port town that overlooks the ocean. He'd never been there before, but if it was to earn some extra cash,
I love
then
this
he might as
world.
well. The job was relatively easy, just to deliver a letter to someone in the city. Eventually, he made his way there and was able to complete the job, but being unfamiliar with the area and with all of the large buildings obscuring his view, he easily got lost. And this is when he came into contact with a very titular character to this story. He's never given a name, but his impact would be insurmountable. This man is a pedophile who's willing to pay NieR money to satisfy his twisted sexual perversion.
When is this?
While NieR initially runs away from the situation, clearly understanding the abhorrent intentions of the man, his desire to provide for Yona is a cause nothing can surmount. So against his better judgment, he reluctantly takes the man up on his offer. NieR would go to the man on multiple occasions for money, hating it every single time. It's because of this that NieR wears.
Guys, when does this take place? Was that lore in the game? Hello? Is this before the game? Of course. Is it a Yoko Taro game without pedophilia? I apparently not. Jesus. I feel like this YouTube video is going I feel like my VOD is gonna get taken down by copyright. Shit.
His hair tied up. The feeling of it brushing back and forth on his shoulders has sort of become a traumatizing sensation.
Oh.
He decides he can't cut it because if anyone asked why he did so, he wouldn't be able to respond normally. This went on for a bit, so much so that Devila and Popola seem to have found out. In the grand scheme of things, they genuinely have no reason to care. But because they have their own personalities, they are very caring. So once they found out, they didn't tell NieR or let them know that they knew. They instead offered him a different job, shade slaying.
Oh,
it
this
was
is
clearly
before
much
then.
more dangerous than the casual errands he would run
What
for
the
people.
fuck?
But if it could be a new stable source of income instead of returning to the man in Seafront, then he would take it even despite the increased risk.
Oh, I no
a
longer
small
like
hunting party
Seafront.
is formed to take out a nest close by, but when NieR meets up with everyone, the man from Seafront is also there. Turns out hunting shades is what the man does for a living and how he has all of his money. And now NieR was part of the same
There's
hunting
just
party.
no frickin'
The
way.
darkness NieR thought he had managed to escape from hung over him once more. He hated this man more than anything in the world and just wanted him gone. The group goes to a cave where all of the shades reside. When they enter, a thick fog engulfed everyone, and it was hard to make out anything that was happening. Swarms of shades appeared out of nowhere and began attacking everyone. The fog made everyone look the same. The shape of the shades were the same as the shapes of the humans. Everyone fought back. NieR slashed his way through the hordes that ambushed him, getting soaked in their blood, taking them out one by one. But amongst the shades that he was killing, NieR also took the opportunity to kill
Hell
the
yeah.
man he hated so much.
Hell yeah.
And yet killing him felt no different to killing a shade. Whether it was because NieR viewed them both as monsters deserving of death, or because shades are actually human, like how he perceives the man, it doesn't really matter because he ignores it. He doesn't care whatever this feeling is. He wanted them dead.
Yeah.
He didn't care who the real monsters were,
Yeah.
and just kept
We
killing.
see a pattern
By the
that's
time
sort of
the
how he
fog
is
had
throughout the entire
dissipated,
game.
The other hunting party members found him and took him back to the village. As for NieR, now he had a new job, hunting shades in tandem with his local tasks.
That makes me
and
really
this
sad,
would carry over to
guys.
where he is in the game when we start.
Oh, wait. Poor NieR, bro. I didn't know any of that. Oh, that makes me just feel for him even more. Poor guy. I know we like to joke around about him being a genocidal asshole sometimes who doesn't spend enough time with his sister. But I love him. I'm really sad to hear about that. Oh, God.
Speaking of the game, I think it's finally time we got to the events that
Let's
take place.
go.
There are still a few characters and stories that I have to go over, however, I'll cover them as we go along.
Okay.
So 1400 years after waiting for
Yep.
Yona to be cured of her disease, the original NieR, who I'll now start referring to as the Shadow Lord,
Yeah.
is done waiting. He has lost faith
He's
in the
done
project
waiting.
as it is blatantly obvious that no progress has been made. While Devila and Popola try to convince him to wait just a little longer, he is having none of it. So instead, everyone decides to go with the emergency failsafe that was implemented, the Grimoire
Yep.
Project. NieR has been up and active this entire time, accompanying the Shadow Lord,
Yeah.
while Vice was effectively put into storage. And things
Right.
here become a bit shaky and unclear. Unlike most stories that have this master plan that was incredibly thought out and executed being perfectly manipulated behind the scenes, Devila and Popola's actions here are very much just winging it. They are making choices they see fit given the current situation.
Yeah.
They may or may not make a whole lot of sense when you think about them in the grand scheme of things, and not a lot of information is given about it in the first place. So assumptions have to be made, and I will try my best to follow what they might have been
Shadow
thinking.
Lord Zoe.
I say this because they nor the Shadow Lord are the ones to retrieve Weiss. For this, they send NieR. It's not exactly
Why?
clear why. They kind of just started using him instead of doing it themselves. The reason for this, I believe, is because the Shadow Lord is eventually going to need his replicant body anyway. So by using NieR at the end of the journey, he'll effectively deliver himself straight to the Shadow Lord.
Well, that
I
kind of
believe
makes
this
sense.
is why they chose to go with him. Anyway, Devila and Popola tell NieR a story about a magical white flower known as a lunar tear that can grant any wish the user desires. It can make anyone rich in an instant. And NieR goes on to tell Yona this story as well.
Right.
And so, hoping to relieve the burden on her brother, Yona asks Popola about it, and she very suggestively pushes her to go to the lost shrine where they supposedly grow. While she is out, they have some shades capture her and hold her in confinement. Meanwhile, they also push NieR into going to the lost shrine to rescue his sister, where I guess his strength is meant to be tested. He fully proves himself and manages to break the magical barrier protecting Vice and saves Yona. Vice is awoken from his slumber, however, due to the blunt force trauma NieR used to wake him up, Vice loses all of his memories.
So
all
funny.
of his important memories.
Of course.
He knows that he's magically powerful, but his purpose and what he's supposed to do, he doesn't know. Because of this, he kind of just latches on to NieR and joins his company. When the two return back to the village, Devila and Popola then proceed to feed NieR an entirely made-up story. Devila sings the Song of the Ancients, which supposedly spoke about Vice, while Popola tells him the story that it's supposedly based on. She makes up an entire prophecy about an evil black book which brought upon calamity and disease being vanquished by a good white book, Vice. But to do so, he needed sealed verses. No one knows what these sealed verses are, but they're some kind of magic. This whole prophecy was made up just to string NieR along.
Right.
If NieR is the source of the Black Scroll, then if he wants to save Yona, he has to collect the sealed verses and complete Vice. And it worked like a charm. NieR became very invested in fulfilling this prophecy and completing Vice. As for the sealed verses, these are just fragments of his magical power. It can be assumed that he was split into many pieces so as to not accidentally initiate the failsafe. Anyway, fully invested in this
the way we just have to guess. Yoko Taro, what are you doing? What are you doing here? Why is this so convoluted?
Story, they are motivated to collect the sealed verses to complete Vice.
I guess it makes sense,
towards
but
the Airy, as one of the sealed verses lie there. The town resides suspended over an extremely deep canyon held together by crude craftsmanship. The two go on to talk to the mayor about an alleged shade invasion, but unfortunately, he, along with all of the other residents, are shut-ins that refuse to leave their homes and tell NieR to get lost. As they leave the village, the two catch a glimpse of something shiny in a tent just outside of town. It's a wreath made of lunar tears, the flower he told Yona about. This tent, along with the wreath, belong to Kaine.
Yeah.
I've talked about her human past, but I've yet to cover her replicant life, so I'll do that now. Her story actually is
Crazy shot right here.
Human counterpart, particularly in her relation to her grandmother, still named Kali. Personality-wise, she is almost exactly the same as the original, minus her military background. She's a foul-mouthed and crude woman who has next to no filter. But unlike her original human self, she is much more expressive and open in her love for Kaine. As such, the two have a great relationship.
Yeah.
It's because of her Kaine loves lunar tears. They're an incredibly rare flower, but her grandmother is able to cultivate them. Kaine as well, unlike her human self, acts exactly like her grandmother and too is very crude and vulgar. The two's relationship is only further amplified because Kaine isn't exactly loved or treated well by anyone.
I'm wondering if the lunar tears are...
Is
what is this picture?
She is intersex, meaning she possesses both male and female genitalia.
Oh.
There was an error in the replicant system, which created her body incorrectly, giving her a predominantly female physique, but with a notably large male member. The other kids bullied her specifically because of this. Ironically enough, genitalia on a replicant is purely cosmetic. They are incapable of reproducing, and they serve literally no function other than aesthetic. And because everyone is a replicant, theoretically, anyone could be born with whatever genitals they wanted. But because they don't know this, Kaine is looked at as a freak and treated as an outcast by everyone. Everyone except her grandmother.
Wait, okay. So they can't reproduce. Guess I didn't know that. The replicants, I mean, they can't reproduce. Oh. Interesting. I guess because, like, all of them are just created. But then, like, what happens when you put the soul, like, what was the thought process of, like, when they put the souls into the replicant, and, like, to, you know, so that they could continue the human race, like, but then what? They wouldn't be able to reproduce ever again? Like, that's interesting. Right, that I know. Okay, but then what's the plan for after the souls are put into them? You know what I mean? Oh, that's true. Maybe M. That's the reason for most of her story and for why she's displaying her sexuality so much. A counter reaction. Wow. I wish this YouTuber would say, like, where this is from. Maybe it says it, like, here. Okay, it just says most replayed. That's annoying. That's so interesting because they don't explain that in the game at all. Very interesting. Oh, I'm so sad for Kaine because then everybody was so mean to her. Also, like, kids are dumb. I mean, I'm sure there were adults who were assholes too, because everyone's an asshole always, but kids can be, like, especially mean, especially because a lot of times kids are just mean for no reason because their brains are not fully functioning. It is in the game, but very vague. Like, in her story, like, when we read her, like, backstory, they talk about it, but it's not very, like, it's very vague. Like, I honestly wouldn't have guessed that. I think just because of, like, how just everything else, like the magic and the shades and all that stuff, like, I'm thinking it's something to, like, that's not very like human, if that makes sense. The Gestalt project was rushed, so I guess they never thought about after. Yeah, that could be true too. It was very rushed. We know that because it didn't work very well, and they experimented mostly on sick, like, children and sick people. I thought. Told you NieR is reminiscent of Drakengard's wellness, simply more low key. Yeah, it is very low key. They talk about how she is shunned because of her body is different. Yeah. No, I do remember that. But again, like I said, like, I feel like I was thinking more of, like, something to do with, like, the shades or the or magic or something, if that makes sense. Oh, one of her bullies says something along the lines of, "What are you doing pretending to be a girl?" Oh. Oh, I did not pick up on that. I think it's to avoid explicitly stating she's intersex. They could have been a lot more specific in game though. I feel like when this game was created, it was like, I almost feel like Yoko Taro and like the devs wanted it to be more, a little bit more family friendly, just to appeal to more people or something, maybe. I don't know. Because it is very subtle in this compared to Drakengard, which is like crazy. Like in your face, like it's speculated that an insider intentionally intended to sabotage the Gestalt project. What? Maybe they'll talk about that in here. We'll see. Those kids were killed by shades or became shades and were killed by Cloudsi. So there. Actually true. Goodbye, kiddos. All right, let's keep going. We're almost at the part where I was gonna stop, guys. We can. Well, let's see how long it takes.
It's because Kaine is so self-conscious of her body that she dresses very scandalously. She wants to highlight her feminine features to the best of her ability, hopefully distracting you away from anything else.
Oh, that's why she doesn't.
That changed.
I hate that they. That makes me hate the achievement of looking up under her dress. It makes me hate it. Like, even more. I was already iffy on it in the first place, but they went ahead and made Drakengard 3 after this. That's the whole. They came out with that after this. Okay, my timeline of like when the release date is for these is off. Like, I don't know when things came out in comparison to each other. I know now that 2003 was Drakengard 1. And then 2013 was 3, right? So when did Replicant come out again? I forget. The achievement text, I think, specifically references Kaine's secret. I'll have to read it again. Not sure, but I think you can actually see a bulge in the game during that achievement. Oh, I did not notice. I didn't actually look. I just flipped under really quick to get the achievement and to get my ass beat by her. Never went to yield his style. It's more like, I'll pretend to comply with the way the higher-ups want to, but I'm actually still including things my way.
Her forever
Love
is
that,
when
honestly.
a very large shade named Hook attacked their family home. Kaine was away at the time, but saw the destruction from a distance. While she rushed back to try and help her grandmother, Hook was far too powerful.
This is what
he
we
pinned
read
Kali down
about.
under the rubble of their house as well as his foot before outright murdering her. Kaine did not sit back and let this happen, however. While she possessed a fiery spirit, she had no practical skills to truly do anything. Kaine's left arm was torn from her body and she lost an eye in the process. She was left mutilated in the rubble of her own home with the person she cared for the most dead. There was nothing else for her to lose, and as you might imagine, it was an incredibly traumatizing event. So much so that she snapped. She let out a scream so thunderous that it echoed off the cliffs. Despite her injuries, she still stood up laughing like a mad woman and plunged a blade into Hook's leg. It didn't kill him, but it was enough to make him retreat. Kaine was left bleeding to death. In her final moments, all she had was the insatiable desire to kill Hook. But Kaine didn't die that day, and that's all thanks to a single shade named Tyran.
Yep.
Yes, remember him? Originally named Yura,
Crazy.
he was the commander of the military unit that the human Kali hired to protect her. He wound up choosing
2010,
to
okay.
save himself when
Thanks,
he
Em.
lost control of Emil and determined the Legion invasion couldn't be stopped. After this, he went into hiding. However, the military considered his actions so deplorable and dishonorable, he was removed from the Gestalt program and his replicant was destroyed. This is when he began going under the name Tyran. He circumvented the replicant protocols and underwent the Gestalt process. However, with no body to ever return to, he was forced to hop from replicant to replicant. This is what inevitably led him to Kaine
Poor
as
Kaine.
she was dying. He tried to take over her body before she passed, however, she refused to relinquish control. She instead expressed her desire for revenge and to kill Hook. So, Tyran, in need of a body, decided to compromise. He'll let Kaine stay in control of her body, and he'll ride shotgun inside of her head, but she has to kill. Tyran is a bloodthirsty psychopath. He thrives on killing and the joy it brings him. Kaine is full of hate in this moment, and he sees her as the perfect vessel. So, as long as she kills, his power is hers. This is where Kaine's strength comes from. He heals all of her wounds and promises that if she ever goes soft, he'll take her over immediately. Unfortunately for Kaine, life only continued to get worse. As part of having a shade within her, she developed the Black Scrawl. This can either be because her original Gestalt had relapsed, or because Tyran is relapsing and he's latched onto her body. Either way, Kaine suffers the effects. And on top of that, if she needed any more reason to hate the people of the Eyrie, they found out about the Shade and began bullying her more than ever. She was pretty much exiled by everyone, and making things even worse for her was Tyran. I don't want you thinking that he is simply just a bloodthirsty psychopath who idly sits by as Kaine suffers. He contributes to her suffering to make her life as miserable as possible.
Of course he does.
And one of the biggest instances is in the story The Witch's Sabbath. The story follows the perspective of a traveling female pilgrim. She visited the Eyrie towards the end of her pilgrimage and began hearing stories about Kaine. The people of the village spoke ill of her, but this woman was very open-minded. She virtues tolerance and peace, being educated and open-minded.
Here we
After
go.
a shade
Oh
attack
no.
breaks out, Kaine arrives to save her along with a few villagers. Everyone is still afraid of her, seeing her as worse than the monsters. But the woman sees Kaine as a hero. She doesn't understand how she could be an outcast, and so extends an olive branch to be her friend. Kaine hesitantly accepts her offer and invites her back to her home. The entire day is taken up by the woman passionately delivering her message about tolerance and goodwill towards man. Kaine fell asleep, and so the woman decides to rest as well. But the woman was woken up in the middle of the night by sounds of Kaine, or should I say Tyran, forcing Kaine to pleasure herself. Tyran's sick and twisted mind takes so much joy in not only killing shades, but making Kaine uncomfortable that he pleases himself. And remember, Kaine is intersex and possesses a very large male member.
This is so fucked up.
Terrifies the woman. Half shade, both genitalia. She snaps and calls Kaine all of the horrid words imaginable. Disgusting, revolting, hateful. She hates her. She's a freak. She doesn't feel bad saying these things because Kaine's not human. She's a monster.
Oh,
and that's the
brother.
sort of effect that Tyran has on her life. He actively attempts to ruin it and tear Kaine
Oh, so
down
you're
even
so
further
accepting
and
until
isolate her
it's so
even
easy to
more.
not be.
That being said, Tyran doesn't play too much of an active role during the events of the game. He is largely isolated to color commentary, and I won't be touching too much on him until it's relevant once more. Anyway, Kaine has lost all connections to people. She kills shades, and her only goal in life is to get revenge on Hook. Returning to where we left off in the story, seeing two people rummage through her home and messing with something she holds very dear to her heart.
This is about the point where I said I was gonna stop. After, of course, that's the section. Of course. I'm gonna actually go, let's go to this part right here. Let's do that. Let's keep going, because Jesus.
She isn't
I want to
exactly
end
very
there.
pleased with the strangers, and so attacks them.
And then it
Their
got,
scuffle is
literally, the whole drakengard NieR story in one sentence. And then it got worse. It just continues to get worse and worse. No happiness for literally anyone, ever. Yeah, very uncomfortable moments, but oh god. It's like crazy. The juxtaposition in like the contrast in this game of like some very, very wholesome, sweet moments, and then that. I didn't understand the last 3 hours. Can you go back? Oh,
Is
brother.
brief, as not soon after, Hook appears. Clearly being Kaine's primary target, the two decide to put their differences aside and work together. While the two put up a valiant effort, Hook manages to escape the encounter with only losing one eye as a casualty. Kaine took her own fair share of damage from the encounter as well, and so passed out. NieR and Vice rest her in her tent and share pleasantries when she wakes up before parting ways. Fortunately, their trip wasn't for nothing, as they did obtain their first sealed verse. Eventually, NieR is ready once again to start hunting more sealed verses, but is a little underpowered to take on some of the larger, more dangerous shades. So he is sent to the Junk Keep in order to obtain a
Oh,
better
our
sword.
favorite guy.
What they are met with are
Gideon.
two siblings running the shop, Jacob and Gideon. Their story is fairly simple. In the story, The Magic Mountain, we learn that their mother used to salvage valuable items from the Junk Keep and sell them to earn money. However,
Oh my god. Can you imagine if you ended just before that? Oh my god. Hell no. I can't even... No. I can't have that section at the beginning or the end of a stream because then my channel will get flagged. My, like, video, I mean, will get flagged. Crazy how both she and Zero are similar in many ways, including the design and how they're singularities. Oh, we haven't even gotten to him explaining kind of being a singularity yet. Okay, cool.
she was fairly unhappy with her life.
Not
and current
surprised, though.
position. One customer used to stop by who she grew fairly fond of, mostly physically. The two would hook up on multiple occasions, with
Right.
Jacob even having overheard them one time. It gave her
Jacob.
dreams of living a better life in a faraway land. These dreams would eventually manifest when one day she packed up all of her belongings and left her children behind to elope. She pretended like everything was normal and was going to, per
Crazy.
usual, go inside to collect more scrap to sell. But unfortunately for her, the inside of the Junk Keep was incredibly dangerous, and both she and her lover were killed by the
That's what you
facility
get for
defense
ditching your
system.
children.
As for Jacob and Gideon,
Sorry.
it wasn't long before Jacob realized the truth. Gideon is very emotional and adolescent in his mindset. Because of this, Jacob was left to care for his brother. Over the past years of being taken care of, he developed his own skills in craftsmanship, which he now utilizes to try and make money.
Yeah.
1 week after their mother's disappearance is when NieR walks into the shop. The brothers are hard up for money and food by this point, and so take on NieR's
Wow.
request.
This was a week?
He is told to enhance his weapon, he needs to gather the materials himself. But before he heads off, Gideon throws yet another temper tantrum about their mother, to which NieR decides to try and help them out by investigating it.
Why is he...
They make their way
I'm cracking up. He's saying it so, like... Oh, Gideon's so childlike. Oh, he threw a temper tantrum. Listen, Gideon was still a child here.
through the
Oh my
facility
God.
until they reach the defense system. He successfully fights it off, even obtaining a new sealed verse in the process.
I understand
and
the
on
anger,
way out,
though.
also discovers
Rest
the
in
corpse
peace,
of the brother's
BP.
mother and lover. When he returns to the shop, he tells them the truth about her fate, to which Gideon runs off, while Jacob seems to have suspected such an outcome already.
Yeah.
Anyway, the mood is left fairly somber, and so NieR takes his new weapon and leaves. With this enhancement, he makes his way back to the Eyrie, which is currently being overrun by shades in even greater numbers. After helping Kaine near the entrance, everyone goes to the center of town where Hook once again returns. It maneuvers using the scaffolding and buildings to its advantage, being able to recover from several heavy attacks NieR and the group are able to hit it with. As NieR runs through the village, chasing it down, he overhears everyone's negative outlook towards Kaine and how they treat her like dirt. This obviously gets on the nerves of NieR, but he and the group have to continue fighting on. Kaine winds up being attacked with a hallucinogenic miasma, which makes Hook start speaking in the voice of her grandmother. But this trick doesn't work. Kaine goes into a battle rage, and together everyone is
Where did
able
that
to
come
slay the
from?
monster. Kaine is flung to another platform.
They don't... I guess they don't explain why certain shades are bigger than others. And, like, why did that one have that ability?
And is almost ready to finally let herself go. But the concerned calls from NieR and Vice wake her up. Considering the Eyrie has been less than kind to her, Kaine joins our characters in hopes to try and find a true home.
I had my revenge, and now it's over.
Oh no, see here, this is rich.
Vice?
We helped you in some mad quest for vengeance, and now you think to bid us adieu? How can a fighter so skilled be cursed with such a thick head? A true warrior would fight. They would give all in the service of their friends.
Friends? That's right. He's right. Kaine, we're friends now.
See here, that was hardly the point.
Okay, then what is the point? Kaine, we need your help. Will you fight with us?
Fool, you cannot simply ask her outright. There is a proper order to these matters. One must ease into the topic with carefully considered words before commencing negotiations. Book? How dare you? I am Grimoire Vice, wielder of arcane...
Vice, then.
Do not abbreviate my name.
Yes. But you're right.
Oh,
I can't just
family.
live for revenge.
You mean you're coming with us?
Hell yeah, she is.
These swords of mine need a true home. But you'll do for now.
Yay!
NieR then proceeds to explain their entire situation, the Black Scrawl, how they intend to find the sealed verses to complete Vice, and fulfilling the prophecy, and so on. Having known someone personally who had the same disease, Kaine tells everyone about another kingdom that's been working on a cure. And so our group travels to the kingdom of Facade. It's certainly a much more unique and different location compared to all of the others. The people speak in a completely foreign language made up of gibberish and follow over 124,000 different rules, which makes up their legal system. It's hypothesized that the people were descendants of slaves, however long ago, which is why they wound up developing this rule system, as they could not live without the guidance of them. But nevertheless, they have developed their own culture and the sort around it, which is why everyone wears masks. It's one of their rules. When our characters arrive, it's certainly a culture shock, at least for Vice and NieR, as Kaine has been here before. She opts not to enter the city for personal reasons, leaving the other two to wander aimlessly, incapable of communicating or even understanding what anyone is
loved
trying to
riding
say.
around
But
on this thing.
fortunately, they do run into a very helpful girl named Fira.
Fira
wasn't actually originally from this village, but her parents sent her here when she was 8 years old because
we're gonna end on that note, guys. Fira. Yes, I know Kaine's voiced by Laura Bailey. She's also in Visigal right? She's in Visigal in Dispatch. Which I just remember being like, oh my god, I hear the voice. I hear it. I hear it. Okay, guys. I'm gonna end there. We have half a video left. Which is, I can't believe it took so long to get through this. I mean, I can believe it. I definitely can believe it. But so far, this has been so much fun, guys. Genuinely. I've been having a freaking blast. The lore, like the drakengard stuff, insane. Like absolutely absolutely the most insane stuff I've ever seen in my life. Yeah, we passed through the heavy uncharted territory lore. We really did. What do I want to say? Hold on. I want to put on a tune just to close out the stream. Let's see. Let's put on this. I'll put on Fortress of Lies. Fun, despite the lore. Yeah. I've had quite the laugh. Quite the laugh. But I actually, like, it's really, really cool to see that initial lore and see how it's then connected into Replicant. And I feel like we're still, like, finding things out as we go. Like, there's so much uncharted territory still. Even when I'm, like, looking through, like, the rest of the video, there's, like, extra stuff in here, extra backstory. Like, we're still getting tons of extra lore and backstory from, like, some of the audiobooks and not audiobooks, the CDs or whatever. the novels, there's manga, like we're getting all of that through this video. So I love it. And yeah, I wish it was shorter just so we could fit it all into one stream, but I think that's okay. It'll be fun to have. We'll do part 1 and we'll finish it up next stream, and then that'll be probably the end of our NieR through. The CD dramas, yes, exactly. I saw a video of Lara recently signing a prop or something of Vice and went into character calling him Book. I love that. That's amazing. The entire section between Drakengard 1 and Replicant highly deserve its own dedicated game. Yeah, well maybe, hey, maybe they'll do that at some point, honestly. I could see that. There's gotta be another game. There has to be another game at some point. Right? There's gotta be more to this freaking world. Like, the fact that Yoko Taro just has this brain to, like, come up with this stuff is crazy. Too. Like, he just keeps coming up with stuff. And then changing it on a whim. Like, he'll just change the lore on a whim. But somehow it all still fits. So, laughs and shocks. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Okay, guys. So next stream will be sometime next week for sure. Next weekend. Yeah, Yoko Taro is a hell of a drug. And he's definitely on drugs, I think. I wouldn't be surprised. 8,000 years between Replicant and... That's so true, too, between Replicant and Automata. Like, I wonder... I'm sure there's something in here in this video about that. I would be surprised if there wasn't already something about the in-between. So we'll see, though. We will find out. Thank you, Carrie, so much. I'm pretty sure 9S ended it all and killed the save data. That is true. We did lose all save data. Don't remind me. Of course, Prasha, thank you so much for hanging out. There are stage plays like Your Hot Boys. I think the stage plays are in this video too. I saw something about that. So we'll probably learn about that as well, which is cool. If it's connected, which I guess it's all connected, so it should be in there. Nugutara said he was working on games since the last NieR, but various project issues at Square Enix caused them to be canceled. No, I don't want to hear that. Maybe something will pop up at some point. We'll see. Good night, IDM. Thank you so much for hanging out. Square went through a massive internal reorg when the CEO changed, so not surprising. Classic. Oh, that's always what happens, isn't it? That's always what happens. I think I'm taking the Yoko Taro drug now, writing my story. Let's do it. Let's go. Everything's connected, even other games, info drops. Yeah, I feel like that's all going to be in here too. So I'm really, really freaking excited. All right, guys, for real though. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. This has been so much fun. Next weekend, we will do part 2. We'll finish up this lore video and learn more about the rest of this world. So I hope you guys all have a good night. And yeah, we'll talk soon. Okay? Bye. Thank you so much.